Hello. I'm back because I really should be focusing on schoolwork, but the equipment I need is being fucky, so I need to borrow something from university, and I can't do that till tomorrow. It is what it is. But last time we played, I streamed for like 6 hours somehow without realizing. And I started a run that I hadn't done in my last playthrough of this game, and I kept on getting really overwhelmed because I kept on tripping the alarm. But hopefully this time I can do it better, now that I haven't been playing the game for like 5.5 hours. The ride out to Nauchi is nerve-wracking. Captain Jomo seems an expert pilot, but massive waves threaten to scuttle his small boat at every turn. Hi Taylor! Nice to see you. Deep thunder rolls in the distance, and at the edge of your vision, lightning occasionally illuminates your target, the MV Nauchi. Is that an L or an I? I'm still not sure. I think it's an L, which makes the pronunciation weird. Oh. So I know that here we can fake an alarm. And it'll keep people away for a bit. And then with the electrical box, we can have Isabel hack the cameras. We're all set. They must have bought this setup from some cut-rate junk dealer in the Golden Mile. What a piece of junk! Alright, so now we can see into the break room and a couple of other places. What's in here? And we've got, I think it's a random leveled item from the look of how it be, but phosphorus grenade. Huh. And our objective is like over here-ish. Advanced medkit, I will take that. Right, so through here and into there. The cold storage tank and attendant. Oh, I thought that was an audio glitch for a second, it's just loud. The cold storage tank and attendant machinery are lit from within the organic soup by flickering baleful light. The tank contains Omega sequence hash 358G. Sorry, the tank containing that stuff chugs quietly with the hum of pumps and coolant. As you look at the tank, fluid shifts and there is a soft thump as a mass of organic matter drifts up against the glass. A pale, lidless eye stares at you from within the tank. The face it resides in is a ruined mass of tumours and scabrous pustules, a mutated mass of teeth and indeterminate growths dominating what should be the nose and mouth region. As you look, it fixes its lone eye upon you, the pupil flickering back and forth as it tracks your motions. Ractor leans closer to the tank, tapping it with the back of one index finger. Fascinating. Mutation and cancerous growths on a massive scale, yet the creature is still living, albeit with a great deal of technical assistance. I'm amazed they've managed it. Duncan pushes up against Ractor, getting directly in his face. He thrusts his lower jaw forward. Tusks inches from Ractor's face. What the hell is wrong with you? We see a monster like this and you just comment on the science? This shit's an abomination. Ractor is nonplussed and simply shrugs. Research requires sacrifice. This creature's life and death will be meaningless unless humanity learns from it, be it the data itself, or a caution against science without ethics. Take the samples and turn off the power. After a few moments of worrying, a small drawer opens to present you with a rack of vials. Each one contains a scrap of tissue. You power down the machinery, the lights in the vat dim, and the creature slowly closes its single eye. As the last hum of power fades, the creature drifts away from the glass. We can look through the files. We have time. Initial research into metagenetics present a singular challenge, to wit, the study not of genes themselves, but of the interaction between genetics and the unseen world of astral space. If the creation of a particular metatype or magically expressed phenotype was as simple as the recombination of given amino acid sequences, then the creation of mages would be as simple as the expression of a given eye color or skin tone. So they're looking into magic science. Unfortunately, such expressions are far more complex. The expression of traits previously considered to be supernatural is a complex interplay between mundane DNA, the condition of the ambient manosphere at the time of development, and the interactions between genes in what we have dubbed astral shadows. Any research into these is fraught with difficulty due to their resistance to traditional, that is to say, technological instruments. Ergo, Omega sequence number 358G is a project decoupled from the usual safeguards against project overruns. We've been granted extensive magical assistance in our pursuit of higher metagenetic understanding, as well as autonomy from legal concerns. That doesn't sound good. As such, Omega Sequence Project materials must be kept in Eastern Tiger secure facilities only. Deviation from this may result in local law enforcement interest, and subsequent cleanup costs can be prohibitive. Phenotypic alteration is the key process which allows for the Omega Sequence project to progress. Ordinarily, an organism's phenotype is set and cannot be changed after a very early point in development. Morphology, phenology, replication processes, any alteration in the coding sequence of a living organism is invariably fatal, except in the case of the Omega sequence. A combination of alkylating agents, ambient mana control, and potent alpha emitters allow us to control the replicants of the Omega sequence metagene. This is accomplished through the alteration of the interactions between DNA and their astral shadows, the building blocks of metagenetics and mana-based abilities. To understand this concept, consider an Indonesian shadow plane. I don't like where this is going because I feel like it might be a little racist. Hopefully not. The story one watches is not of the puppets, but the shadows they cast. A skillful puppeteer manipulates not just the puppets, but the space between the screen and the viewer. So too is it with metagenetics. Magical aptitude, metagenetic traits, and formerly unknown parazoology are revealed when mana levels reach a sufficient point to allow the astral shadows of DNA to engage in their delicate, powerful dance of replication. To change the metagenetics of the organisms, we do not manipulate only the subject's DNA, but the space between that DNA and the astral plane. We cast the requisite shadows, engendering change that cannot be explained solely by base pairs, alleles, and nucleotides. I actually really love, how fantasy settings and, especially settings like Shadowrun where it's fantasy cyberpunk. I love how they, explain their magic, if they ever do. Because it's almost never the same answer. Control is our challenge. Control is a delicate art. It requires patience and perseverance, as well as scientific acumen. But with a fine enough degree of control, we will be able to replicate magical abilities, trait expression, and black swan effects. What are these black swan traits? Individuals born during events which cause ambient mana to spike have been known to express extreme magical potential and meta traits not possessed by the majority of their metatype. Research into Homo sapiens nobilis subjects born during the Awakening, for instance, indicate that ordinary elven longevity simply does not apply, that there is no upper bound to their telemetric regeneration. Effectively, they appear to be immortal. The goal of the Omega Sequence project is to harness and unlock these black swan meta traits, beginning with this question of the longevity. I'm still not entirely sure how to pronunciate that. The longevity factor in Homo sapiens nobilis. Treatments for extending human lifespans already exist, of course. Organ transplantation can extend life by up to 50 years. Leonization treatment can theoretically extend life for several hundred. Yet the drawbacks of those are apparent to any who scratch the surface. Leonization is prohibitively expensive and erodes the patient's essence with every treatment, leading to eventual systemic collapse. Organ transplants can preserve the body, but plaques build up in the patient's neural tissue, and the patient must take a cornucopia of immunosuppressants for the duration of their life. True longevity lies in preventing aging from occurring at all. Omega sequence number 358G represents our most advanced metagenetic prototype yet. Preliminary results indicate that the test clone's age will look at 19 years and progress no further. In order to test this, we have induced artificial aging of the clone through our fast-grow organ replacement process. Unfortunately, this has led to an explosive cancer and mutation rate, rendering it non-viable for any other types of metagenetic research. Even so, The value of this test subject cannot be overstated. Damn. Download the data and wipe all traces of it off the computer. With the data and tissue samples secured, you are ready to make your exit from the Nauchi. Pulling you your comlink? I feel like that might be supposed to be like pulling on your comlink or pulling off your comlink or something like that. And I inhaled spit. You dial Captain Jomo. The Malaysian orc's face spreads to life on your comlink, his tusky maw spread in a grin. Jomo is listening. You ready for a pickup, my friend? We're standing by and have eyes on the ship. Make it fast. Things might heat up. Easy, lah. We'll be there in a few minutes. Be ready right where we dropped you off, friend. With that, Jomo disconnects the call. In a few minutes, the only thing between you and Hong Kong will be the open ocean. The last detail is to inform the Johnson everything is complete and have him transfer a payment. You rapidly dial the number Kindly Ching gave you for Tigath. The elf on the screen has the bearing of someone with no time for pleasantries and his tone is flat when he speaks. This is Tigath. Is the task done? We're done here. We can release the data at a time and site of your choosing. That was swiftly done. Unfortunately, there's been a complication. I can't transfer you your payment until we meet in person. I've had a tail on me since I arranged the wrong with Kindly Chi. I think the soul powers have caught up with me and are watching to see what I'm up to. I can shake the tail, but I need to ensure my safety before this is done with. I can help with that, but it'll cost you. Tigath grimaces, but nods his head in agreement after a few seconds. I'll pay whatever it takes to get them off my back. If I can't, my family's still dead. I have a safe house in Ho Chung village that I set up before landing here. Meet me there. Call me when you're close and I'll shake the tail. As long as we get it handled in a hurry, I should be clear to get out of Hong Kong. You'd better have the money when I get there. Keep an eye out for anyone following me. I need to get out of Hong Kong in one piece. You disconnect the call and pocket your comlink. Things just got a whole lot more complicated. I don't like this one bit, Seattle. Last minute plan changes are the fastest way to get killed, especially if someone bloodthirsty like the Soul Power Rings are involved. This whole thing stinks. You have any better ideas about how to handle this? Listen, just keep your eyes open and be ready for anything. I want to come home in one piece, okay? As you start to move away from the Omega sequence cargo, you realize your comlink is buzzing with an incoming call. Pulling it back out of your pocket, you answer. The speaker is a young man with an air of intensity about him. He's got the kind of eyes you've seen a lot of as a Shadowrunner, full of casual violence and bloodshed. Seattle, you've been making a lot of waves lately, haven't you? Naughty, naughty. What's it to you? My name is Huang Jiamin. I run the Blue Heavens Soul Power Ring. You're Seattle and you've just stolen from Eastern Tiger. Huang runs a hand through his hair, a smug smile plastered across his face. Don't bother trying to deny it. I've got your employer's comlink hacked. I heard the whole exchange. I won't deny it. So what? We both have to live and work in Hong Kong. You've made a bit of a name for yourself and I respect that. But just like you, I have a job I'm being paid for. And that's to make sure your employer doesn't ever get his hands on the data and samples you've got. I think we can help each other. I don't back out on jobs. Huang clicks his tongue, narrowing his eyes. Even if your employer is lying to you about his motives, his history, and is going to kill you as soon as he has what he wants, I know some things you don't. The elf's full name is Tigath Wright, and he's a spy for Time Jie, some kind of field agent for the Council of Princes. He launched a failed attack on the original research lab in Tacoma. That's why Eastern Tiger is moving the project equipment and data to Seoul. He's also tried attacking that ship near Perth and Riau Islands. And what makes you think I'll trust you? Wright's left every team he's hired out in the cold, or worse. They're just the latest in a string of hired help. I understand it's bad for business to cancel a contract, but it's better than being shot in the back of the head. We both have to live and work in this city. We both have a job to do too. Here's my proposal. You give me the data and samples from Omega sequence number 358, and I give you a cut of what I'm being paid. Then, together, we take care of Wright. It's not optimal, I know, but we both come out on top and get to send a simple message. Don't fuck with us. I don't know what... What if he's lying to me? And then after we finish off Tigath, he's just gonna turn around on me. But Tigath was, like, very sus. Alright, how do you want to do this? I'll message you with a time and location near to Wright's safe house. Meet me before you go to talk to him. We can spring an ambush on him and do the trade afterward. I'll bring plenty of backup so you don't have to go in alone. You put your comlink away and check the time. Captain Jomo should be arriving any minute. Time to head back to Hong Kong. And what awaits? Like that there was just a ladder to the top deck right there. Very convenient. Convenient for us. The boat ride back to Hong Kong is tense. Even Captain Jomo's jovial nature does little to lighten the mood. The deep storm swirls in the sky behind you, and although you've accomplished your mission, you wonder what is in store once you reach Ho Chung village. If Huang is telling the truth, was Tigath ever willing to pay you, or have you been an expendable asset the whole time? What will Huang offer to betray Tigath's trust? You're certain these mysteries will be revealed, but how you'll learn the answers could be deadly. The Ho Chung MTR station is a testament to high-class design left to rot over a period of 15 years. Smelling of stale urine and mould, this stop has seen better days. With any luck, you'll be able to wrap the job and leave Ho Chung before the sun's fully up. Wu hefts his rifle uncomfortably, sweeping his goggles across the empty station. Doesn't feel right backing out of a job like this, even if Huang is right. It seems like we should just confront Tigath directly. If we can't be taken at our word, who are we? We're surviving. That's what we're doing. Whatever it takes. Exhaling a long and resonant sigh, Wu nods reluctantly. I see your point. Believe me, it's not like this is new to me. But I still don't like it. We should take it slow in Ho Chung. Look around, get a sense of the place. Otherwise we may walk blindly into the hornet's nest. Alright. So, into Ho Chung. Oh, we're going around this building? Arms dealer. An access point. I'll have Isabel Jack in. Ooh. I reckon just make a run for it there, and alright. Ugh. Alright, I definitely have to summon for this one. Alright, and then probably give it to the assassin. Ugh. Alright. So I can summon again, which is good. But I'll probably want to suppress the system next turn. Might as well Tar Blast those three. And then shield my persona. Well, Isabel's persona, but same thing. 84, 98. Alright, so and then I think that's a sir. Ouch. Alright, so this is going to take up Isabel's entire turn, but thankfully we still have the shield guy and the assassin. $68, $90, $90, $87. I can Tar Blast these two, and then do Killer on 84, 87. %58 chance. Ugh. Ma'am? $62 and $84. If the shield boy does equal damage to both that and the little drone boy. So I might as well wipe out the door first. Right, so for this we get the traffic camera data storage. Are you and your men ready? I have a timetable to keep. Tsunami Captain. Don't rush me. You hauled my team halfway across the world for this little adventure of yours, and we've just gotten off the plane. The contract says we'll be ready by 0300 hours, and we will. In the meantime, get the hell off my back. You'd better be, you little toad. This is a matter of national security for Tertangier, and given what you're billing me, I expect nothing but perfection. The mercenary commander is utterly unimpressed by Tigath's impotent rage. Spare me. That kind of line might work on rank-and-file troops, but this isn't my first day on the job. Without my troops, you'd be stuck hiring local scrubs with zip guns. As it is, I'm only here because my boss likes your brother. The elf's eyes narrow to razored slits, and he jabs a finger toward the mercenary. Just be ready, mercenary. I've paid you for your time, and for the duration of this mission, I expect your loyalty as well. I'll do my job right. That's what you're paying me for. You do yours. I want to get out of this forsaken pit and catch the next flight back home. Well, shit. Let's talk to the arms dealer. You look like the kind of person who might be interested in some hardware. You got a need? I can give you a solution. Your game? How about some information? Anybody strange hanging around tonight? The troll eyes you impassively, taking a long time to ponder before speaking. 250 new yen and I'll tell you everything I know. You know what? Sure. Much obliged. I saw some tsunami mercenaries aiming up, further down the canal. Drove right by him as they were strapping on armor and checking their guns. They didn't look particularly happy to be here, but I don't blame them. This is Combat Inc.'s backyard, and they wouldn't be welcome here. You got business with them? Keep it away from my van. Tsunami's bad news, Seattle. Top-tier private military contractor. Tanks, close air support, dedicated naval transport division, you name it, they have it. They're not the kind of muscle you hire on the cheap. They cost a lot of new yen. I don't know what they're doing out in Ho Chung, and I don't really care so long as I don't get shot at. Looked like a protection detail though. I didn't catch how many there were, but it was less than 10. They were well geared, but they didn't look like they had anything heavier than rifles or a grenade launcher. You know what? Show me what you have. My character for this run isn't super invested in ranged combat. I thought I'd have it. Oh, I've only got 219. That's why I can't get the grenade launcher. Yeah, nothing worth buying though. Alright. Oh, there's a person over here too. The street vendor is hawking obviously cheap junk. He probably bought in bulk from an outlet. Charms, trinkets, and small toys litter his stall. He waves his arms excitedly, drawing you over. Hey friend, come look at my wares. Many fine souvenirs for you. How about some information instead? The vendor eyes you warily, picking a few bits of stray food from his beard. I'm not paying him $100 and I've already paid someone $250. I love how we can just go back to the MTR station. What about the street dog? Feeling down? Ginkgo biloba in bulk? Got a cut. Oh, feeling down? Ginkgo biloba in bulk. Got a cut? Dock wagon first aid kit. Plenty of disinfectants. I'd like some information, actually. Oh yeah? What do you want to know? I see a lot from my stall. You seen anyone strange lurking around here? Yeah, I saw this gangster type move through here. Real nasty looking, you know? He had this crew trailing along behind him. They're all speaking Korean too, which is why I thought it was strange. I don't speak much Korean, but I know around here the triad rule the roost. What can I get you, my friend? You know what, let's see what you've got. Med kits and trauma kits. Coolio. See you later. Soot. Huang bows low as you approach, straightening only when you are right in front of him. He's draped in all manner of cutting-edge technological bits and bobs, signal amplifiers, true projection systems, and a dozen tiny screen dots on his jacket. Thank you so much for seeing me tonight. I realize what an inconvenience it must be for you. I haven't been able to type because I've been doing my nails, but this has been so nice to watch in the background. Thank you! I don't know if you're leaving now or something, but if you are, feel free to come by next time I'm streaming. He treated me with respect. That got my attention. I'm glad it did. Your name's been spoken very highly of in Hong Kong. You've earned that through your own blood and sweat. People should remember how you got where you are. I don't tolerate rudeness. Neither should you. You claim to have proof of Tegath's betrayal. I, for one, would like to see it. Rector folds his arms over his chest and fixes Huang with a skeptical look. Without proof, we have no reason to trust you. Huang nods respectfully and fishes out a data chip from one of his myriad pockets. He tosses it to you. I'm not going anywhere, smiley face. Pog. We love to see it. I wouldn't waste your time with a face-to-face meeting unless I had the data to show you. Go on, slot the chip. You'll see what I mean. You slot the chip and pull up the contents. You scroll through a series of images. They depict a nighttime gun battle in an Eastern Tiger Facilities parking lot, with 4 Shadowrunners being systematically picked apart by the Lone Star forces protecting the grounds. A second set of photos depicts an area you're instantly familiar with, the streets of Touristville, Redmond. These surveillance photos show the runner team from the Eastern Tiger gunfight in a meeting with a tall and haughty-looking elf who was wearing armor and carrying a large handgun. That elf, however grainy in the photograph, is definitely Tegath Wright. Your employer was responsible for a botched Shadowrun against the Omega Complex project facility in Tacoma. The team responsible was all killed, but Eastern Tiger managed to track their movements. The second set of photos came from a private citizen's drone footage, and, as you can see, Wright is hiring them. That's suspicious, but it doesn't prove anything. Oh yeah, I'm sure this guy had a totally legitimate reason to be heavily armed and armoured, and to meet with a bunch of Shadowrunners who later ended up dead, especially since he was so worried about his wife and kids and soul. You wouldn't be the first he's lied to. The only question that remains is what you intend to do about it. Sus. Thank you. But we did see Tegath speaking with the mercenaries when Isabel jacked in. So I think I'm ready. Let's go see what Tegath is up to. Good. You go to the spot you arranged to meet. I'll go collect my crew and have them get ready. When you're ready, ping me. Wright won't know what hit him. Sounds good to me. I love how, like, you get the surveillance cam footage of, right, speaking with the mercenaries, and there just isn't an option to tell Shun, was that his name? Korean dude, that, like, we're just like, oh yeah, we don't know anything, definitely. Tagath fidgets nervously as you approach him. His entire body is tense and his eyes flick rapidly around the market, as if searching for unseen threats. As he notices you, he relaxes somewhat, but only a small amount. I thank your God you're here. I'm at my wit's end. I could swear that I'm being watched everywhere I go. He continues to glance nervously around. I don't like being out here. It's too exposed. In the distance, a police siren wails. Tagath's hand dives under his jacket, but as the wailing recedes, he relaxes again. Listen, did he bring the stuff? The faster I can get that stuff and leave Hong Kong, the safer I'll be. Calm your ass down, man. The piece clears holster. I start to get nervous too. Let's not have any accidents. Tagath stops fidgeting, takes a breath and nods. Okay. I'm calm. Can we just get this over with? Not so fast. I've got some questions that need answering. My life is on the line and you want to ask me questions? Do you have any idea how stupid that sounds? You have your concerns. We have ours too. Rakta consults his bracer momentarily, not deigning to look up at Tagath as he speaks. We need to protect ourselves from possible reprisals, you see. Fine, whatever. Ask whatever the hell it is you need to know. I just want to get this over with. You didn't seem too at risk in the video I found. Confusion splashes over the elf's face. He regards you cautiously. What? What video are you talking about? The traffic camera video. You and your mercenaries. Like a bolt of lightning through a clear sky, the words flash through Tagath's right. In their wake, his nervousness is gone. All that remains is a coldly professional frown. His stance shifts, speaking promises of murder. I see. You're very resourceful. But what does that mean for our deal? From deeper in the marketplace, a shout shatters the night's stillness. It means I'm here to collect the goods, you lying little bastard. Does he count as a neutral party, or do we get to... Huang tilts his head back and laughs at Tagath. His sneer forms an ugly scar across his face. You didn't think Shadowrunners would show you any more loyalty than you showed them, did you? You expect them to honour the word of a lying dog? No, I don't think so. Not today. Tagath suddenly bolts towards the nearby kiosk. Magical energy begins to arc around Wright's hand. What now then? It seems we're at an impasse, and I'm not about to go back to Portland empty-handed. You lying bastard. Nobody double-crosses me and lives. Huang chambers around in his submachine gun and spits towards Tagath. Come on, I'll paint Ho Chung with your blood. Ugh. They took up that dragon line. Huh, utility grid control. I might get Isabel on there. But, can I... I'm guessing that, yeah, mages and other magically awakened people have higher resistance against this kind of stuff. but I am still going to attempt to strip his armor. Right, so now I'm Isabel. And I'm gonna jack in next turn. Duncan can come over here and fire off a shot. Rakta is going to want to go here and then into control mode with Koshai. I love Koshai. Like, is he a veritable war crime? Yes. But he is, like, he's pretty funky. Excuse me. Sweet. We got your boss. Duncan's going to move up and Rakta's probably going to do, that sounds like a good plan for Koshai. The great thing about the shotgun attachment is that at range, even though it's not accurate, the spread is like amazing. They've got a lot of riggers in their crew. Alright. How did that not do damage? Right, I should at least get the shield buddy up. And I might send off the assassin to deal with the other gate too while I'm here. And then use this again. SMH, homophobia. How is my line of sight blocked? How? Whoops. Ugh. That ended up doing nothing helpful. I'm gonna heal myself and then move into better cover. As for Isabel, let's break out the grenade launcher. Let's give Koshai some extra AP, and then right then. I suppose giving myself that armor back, and then blasting that dude. Not what I was planning, but not bad either. Okay. You have a shotgun in for what? Like, that was, like, I'm glad I didn't get hurt, but also that was kinda disappointing. Ooh, let's go search the mercenary. Sandblaster. Each hit reduces the target's armor by 1. And there's nothing else over there. So I can examine these wires. The power cabling here is deeply frayed, threatening to arc into the puddles of water below. Let's get away from that. Huang runs the back of his hand over his brow, whipping the sweat off into the street. Good riddance to that piece of trash. Turning towards you, Huang nods. You feel like finishing this off? Give me the goods. I wire the money to your account once I verify everything's in order. Sure, here you go. Huang takes the samples and data from you, nodding in satisfaction. Pleasure doing business with you. Glad we could work this out. And more sparking wires. I just want to stand on the dragon line for a second. I think they're called dragon line instead of ley lines in Shadowrun. I don't remember. Back to the MTR. But I might end up selling the submachine gun I have equipped now for a grenade launcher. Because they're just a lot better when you're not investing like fully into, you know, guns. Things didn't add up, not by a long shot. Your employer was double-crossing you from the start, and after a lot of blood and cordite, you opted for a sane response. Side with Tagath's enemy, and make an ally of the Blue Heavens Solpar ring. Back in Hawaii, and hopefully better work. How much karma do I get for this run? 8. Nice. Let's increase my spellbook. And leave it at that for now. Crafty. I haven't managed to dig up any more info on the Yamakings yet, but that isn't for lack of trying. Pulling all-nighters isn't as much fun as it used to be. If you need to buy some magic, I'm your girl, but that's all I can do for you right now. Just browsing. Thanks, Crafty. I really love the setting of Shadowrun, and I want to run a game of it someday. Like the tabletop. The workstation and mission computer. The cool blue tones of the workstation's main menu fill the screen. The BBS, claim payment for old pay data. Damn. 400 bucks? Do I have anything? No, I don't have anything to post. Open the jobs directory and claim payment for the Eastern Tiger data. Submit the job as finished and a message pops up. The money I promised you is attached to this mail. I'm glad we could work something out that benefited both of us. Huang. Not great pay, but I feel like the elf would not have paid us anything. So, can we have combos? Yes. You walk into a mess. Half-eaten cans of food litter the floor, and personal equipment is strewn about in a haphazard fashion. Amid the mess, Wu sits in his bunk with his back against the wall. He has a PDA in his hands and he's staring down at it, sullen and morose. He doesn't acknowledge your entry. Want me to come back later? Doesn't matter. He doesn't look up. Go, stay, whatever. I assume that you're here to talk. What are you looking at on the PDA? A video of Edward Tsang. Can I see it? Sure, why not? Wu taps a button and turns the PDA around so you can see it. The footage shows a serious Chinese man in an expensive suit sitting behind a large solid wood desk covered in blueprints. The man is holding a magnifying glass over one of the plans and studying it intently. He folds the blueprint over and checks the one beneath it. The nameplate on the desk reads, Edward Tsang, Vice President of Special Projects. For anyone that doesn't remember or wasn't here before, Edward Tsang is our foster father Raymond Black, but we only found out about that after the last run. Well, the one before this one. And Duncan's my foster brother, but Duncan's got a lot more daddy issues than I do. The video is rough and contains no sound. It may have been footage for a documentary that was never completed. The next shot is from some sort of planning meeting in a glass-enclosed conference room. The serious man is sitting at the conference table, pointing to a large map and looking up at the men standing around him. He's explaining something. They look at each other and nod, clearly impressed by what he has to say. The whiteboard at the end of the room bears the words, Groundbreaking, 21st May 2022, written in bold characters. Raymond's writing. The footage cuts to a scene of two people talking at the end of a long hallway. They don't appear to know that they're being recorded. It's the serious man, listening intently to what an older woman has to say, nodding with his arms crossed and his thumb at his lips. The woman is the same one that was in the tapped video call that Kindly Ching showed you. Josephine Tsang. She is somewhere in her late middle age, beautiful and very clearly in charge. Is this saying that the big bad of this game is a MILF? That reminds me of the last game we played to completion. And now I miss Sophie, Vampire MILF. Why did she have to die? The two look up at the same time, see the camera and begin waving their hands for it to be turned off. The woman appears angry but cold. The video ends and Wu puts the PDA face down on his bunk. Who is that guy? Edward Tsang, Vice President of Special Projects for Tsang Mechanical Services. Yeah, that's what it looks like, but I still don't believe it. Maybe when we find the plastic-faced man we'll get some more answers. Until then, he stays Raymond Black to me. Been thinking about the way you and Raymond used to butt heads. What about it? I think that's one of the reasons you're angry with me when I left. I had a better relationship with him. You didn't have a better relationship with him. Raymond and I were tight. You just knew how to avoid conflict better than I did. It's not the same thing. You had that way of diffusing him when he started with that intense array thing you used to do. Remember? Intense array. I haven't thought of that in a long time. I think you're the one who came up with that name. It was like the summer after we started living with him and Mrs. Maloney. They had found out that we hadn't followed one of his rules. Don't remember which. There was a long list. So either naps, which I think is candy or something like junk food, cigarettes, or dating. I don't imagine Duncan. Duncan is like the most socially awkward man I've ever seen in a game, and that's saying something. I think you're still smoking. Yeah, I think that was it. I was smoking and he was pissed and said that fat kids who smoke die faster. So just to be obstinate, I told him I liked to smoke, and we got into it. Then you came in and diffused the whole situation. Where he stops talking and his expression becomes thoughtful. I think that's why I was so resentful when you took off. Especially after Mrs. Maloney died. You're the only one who could get through to him when he became intense array. Like the day the 162s decided they wanted our squad. Don't want to talk about that right now, but got enough on my mind as it is. Stuff like my father betraying my trust. There. Here. Gonna go talk to Isabel and Gobbert. Also, like, I don't know what it is about Shadowrun Hong Kong and Shadowrun Dragonfall, but like, they both have female tech-based characters that are just very gay. Like, not explicitly gay, but the subtext is heavy. Isabel glances up at you. Her expression is grim. Seattle, I've come to a decision. I want these memories out of my head. They're an unpleasant distraction and I was happier without them. When this is all over, I'm deleting them. To hell with locking them away again. I'm going to purge my childhood altogether. Shred the memories and move on. As an added bonus, it'll clear up a lot of headwear memory. I'm thinking that I could store some SimSense recordings up there. Maybe make it so that when I try to remember my past, I get summers on the beach instead of sorrow and pain. So you want to replace the truth with a fantasy? Thanks for the playthrough, I gotta sleep. Thanks for checking in, Kiwi Steel. Feel free to come by next time I'm streaming. If you haven't already, please consider following me. I would appreciate it. Hell yes! You're damned right I do. The avatar puts her hand on her hips. A defiant gesture. If you're in my shoes, you'd do the same. Wait, if it's the avatar, does that mean that we're talking to her computer form right now? They forgot to change the profile pic for her. Oof. That's entirely possible. I'm not in a position to say. You aren't, but I am. And I'm telling you, this is the way it's gonna be. These memories can still help us, so I'll tough my way through it for now. But when this is all over, they're going the way of the dodo. Period. She squeezes her eyes shut, rubs the bridge of her nose between thumb and forefinger. Anyway, I guess that you're here with more questions, right? Let's get them answered then. About the walled city. Is there anything else you can tell me about the Yama Kings? Yeah, I've got one if you want it. I can't say whether this is based on any kind of truth or not. That's for you to decide. But it was always popular when I was growing up, especially with the other kids my age. You'll see why we liked it in the end. You've piqued my curiosity. Okay, this one was about a boy named Gordon Yam, and how he saved his mother from a fate worse than death. As the story goes, Gordon was the cleverest boy in the walled city. He could steal whatever he liked without getting caught, could sneak into any room unseen, and could talk his way past any grown-up that might try to stop him. You get the picture. A real hero figure for the 9-year-old set. So one day, Gordon's mother fell ill. It was a bloody flux brought on by a curse, and was going to kill her. She told Gordon that he should accept her death. The curse had come from a Yama King, and there was no medicine that could prevent it from claiming her. She begged him to run, to escape the walled city, and to use his cleverness to make a life for himself somewhere far away. Gordon loved his mother, and he refused to obey her request. Instead, he searched high and low for a way to save her life. For a long time, nothing came to him, but finally he happened upon an old man who told him about a powerful Yama King that could cure any ill for a price. Which Yama King? One of the ones that you've told me about, or a different one? Different. He doesn't have a name, or he did, but because of what happened, speaking it is taboo. The story's a little fuzzy on the details. We always just called him the Nameless King. So Gordon went out in search of the Nameless King. He made his way through Triad territory, past the Thrill Gangers and the Organ Leggers, you know the drill. Eventually, he made it to the inner walled city, where he found the Nameless King's court. The human servants of the Nameless King took Gordon to stand before the creature they worshipped, and Gordon proposed his deal. "Nameless King," he said, "I need your help. My mother is dying of an ill that only you can cure." "That may be so," said the Nameless King, "but what is it to me? What will you offer me if I spare her?" "If you will restore her to health, I will join your court in repayment. I, the cleverest boy in the walled city, I will serve you loyally and well." The Nameless King was excited then, for he knew of Gordon's cleverness, and he coveted the little boy's soul. Gordon pulled a braid of his mother's hair from his pocket, and held it out before the Nameless King. "A lock of my mother's hair, O King," he said. "Cure her of this flux, and I am yours to command as you please." The Nameless King worked his magic, and Gordon's mother was cured. So, what happened then? Did Gordon join the Nameless King's court? No. When the Nameless King turned on Gordon, he laughed in the monster's face. "I have tricked you, Nameless King. For my mother was the property of another of your kind. In curing her, you have robbed a Yama King of his dinner." The Nameless King raged and turned on Gordon, his razor blade fingers flexing wide, but before he could bring his arm down in a killing stroke, it was caught in the grasp of 1,000 hooks, claws, and fangs. The Yama Kings, all of them. "You have stolen from one of your own kind, brother," said the Yama Kings. "Her life was not yours to save." Gordon slipped away as the Yama Kings descended on their brother. He did not watch as they tore the Nameless King apart and bathed in his steaming viscera. He made his way back home to his mother, who was cured. And that was the one time that a living boy outwitted a Yama King. She stretches, cracking her back, clears her throat awkwardly. And that's the story. Like I said, you can see why we liked it. It's basically a fairy tale, and the little boy wins in the end. It's the only story about the Yama Kings that contains even a shred of hope. What do you think it means? I don't know. Probably doesn't mean anything. It's just a story, is all. You're the one who asked. Anyway, is there anything else that you wanted to know? That's all for now. Can we talk about something else? Please. To be honest, almost anything else would be preferable. Do I have any more about the walled city? No. I gotta go, Isabel. Sure. Drop by any time. she's gone, Seattle. I don't know where she ran off to, but she looked upset. She just said something about friends in trouble, then left. By the time I could disconnect from the octopus, she was on her way out of town. She must have gone back to the sinking ship. I don't like the sound of that. She tell you what went down out there all those years ago? A bit, yeah. She's been worried about Cadmus and Malvina. She said that she thought it was nothing, though. She turns her back and begins grabbing her gear. Well, apparently she's changed her mind, so we'd better go and get her, hadn't we? Let's do it. I'm going to arrange transport out to Hung Hom Bay. You come meet me at the docks when you're ready. Okay. So that's our next run, whether we like it or not. I'm going to quickly go talk to Ractor and then have a nap. Again, the shop is quiet. No hammering of metal, no whine of heavy machinery. Nothing but the sound of your own footsteps and the low electrical hum of Ractor's work terminal. The monitor above the work desk is alive with vibrant imagery. Graphs, technical readouts, and reference images fill the screen. He looks up at you, his face bathed in the blue light of the display. Ah, hello again, my friend. Back for more answers? I can take the time to talk if you can. I want to continue our discussion from last time. There's some loose ends that we need to tie up. Yes, my friend. I suppose there are. Go on then, ask your questions and let us see where your inquiries take us. The last time we spoke, you told me that essence loss didn't hurt you. I want to know why. Yes, I did tell you that, and I do owe you an explanation. He turns his head slightly, peers at you through the corner of his eye. Tell me, my friend, what do you know about essence loss and its effect on the metahuman psyche? Essence loss removes your ability to feel anything. It can drive you psychotic if you go too far. He nods. Yes, that's right. And this detachment can be deeply traumatic for the sufferer. The literature is full of such cases. He levels his gaze. Focuses it on your face. There's a smile on his face, but his eyes are devoid of warmth. Now, what would you say if I told you that after my accident and subsequent cyber surgery, I felt no different at all? That even in the beginning, I was completely unchanged? I'd ask if you knew why. I do, in fact. Would you like to know? Yeah, that's why I asked. I was born with what society has deemed a psychological defect. Our fear of social repercussions. Out of fear of social repercussions, I spent most of my life hiding it. I still hide it even now. The lessons of my childhood were not wasted on me, and I know the value of reputation. But since the accident, I have come to recognize this quirk for what it really is. A selective advantage. What is this defect that you're talking about? Does it have a name? Absolutely. I was diagnosed as a primary psychopath at the age of 8. There it is. I'm not surprised. Koshai scuttles forward, brushing up against Raptor's leg, metal on metal, separated by a thin layer of cloth. The drone's many eyes focus on you, irising wide open, bathing you in a dull red glare. Well, diagnosed is not the correct word. There is no formal diagnosis of psychopath in the DSM, but all of the markers were there. I displayed a complete lack of empathy on the Davis Interpersonal Reactivity Index, and I scored a perfect 40 on the PCOR. A blood test showed that I had inherited a damaged gene that had been linked with aggressive behavior, and the activity level in my ventromedial prefrontal cortex is vanishingly low. Try saying that 10 times. Like autism, psychopathy is a spectrum, not a singular disorder. But I am definitely on that spectrum. Okay, and so you think that this condition is the reason why you don't suffer the trauma of essence loss? Yes, My condition is an advantage, one that protected me from the mental trauma of my accident and subsequent reconstruction. The psychological blow of essence loss can be devastating. This mental trauma is ultimately responsible for much of the damage and self-destructive behavior suffered by those who ride the razor's edge. Of course, there is a physical limit to how far the metahuman body can be pushed, but a normal person will reach his mental breaking point far in advance of this. The loss of self, the loss of capacity, is too painful to bear. But you didn't hit that breaking point. No, I did not. Indeed, I am quite certain that my breaking point does not exist. What does it matter to me if my capacity for empathy and conscience is stripped away? I never possessed either of those qualities in the first place. Okay, you say that your mental condition protected you from the trauma of essence loss. Do you have any proof of that? I have myself, my own experience. Nearly all of my essence was stripped away in a single stroke and I didn't even notice. What more do you need? I think, given that my character is, like, a skeptical little shit, who is also, like, academically versed, I feel like even if they do have trust in their companions, that they would want subjective experience. I mean, they would want actual proof, because subjective experience doesn't really qualify. No, I suppose not, but I know it to be true all the same. My hypothesis makes good sense. I've never possessed the sense of humanity that others hold so dear. If having it stripped away is traumatic, then it stands to reason that I'd be protected from that trauma. Yes, but this whole theory of yours is based on anecdotal evidence. You have a sample size of 1 Ractor. Yes, that is true. Still, I am certain that time will prove me right. More certain of it than I have ever been of anything. Call it a matter of faith, I suppose. I dislike the term, but it applies. If that's the way you want to play this, then fine. But don't expect me to buy into your belief system if it isn't based on fact. That's a dickish way to put it. A fair point and a fair criticism. In time, I will endeavour to show you the proof of my beliefs. Until then, think of me as you would any other member of the team. Gobbet has a rat. I have this. It is mine and you cannot take it from me. Let's go back to what we were talking about before, if you wish. Oh, never mind. That's rude, and I personally don't like it. So I'm just going to go with, this is a lot to process, Ractor. Yes, I'm certain it is. For what it's worth, I think that you're handling the information rather well. In the past, there were others who were more rigid in their thinking. When I revealed myself to them, they reacted badly. I'm quite pleased that you haven't done the same. I don't judge my allies on what they are. It's what they do that counts. A woman after my own heart. I wish that others were so open-minded. I am not a broken thing to be fixed. I'm exactly where I was meant to be. You don't know how rare it is to find others who accept me as such. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to leave. He turns back to his work desk. There is work to be done. Of course, Ractor. Do your thing. We'll catch up after another run. He doesn't turn. Be well. Through that door is Gaichu, who, I liked in my last playthrough, but I didn't talk to him at all in my last playthrough, in between runs. So I never found out the fact that he was, a full-on Japanese imperialist. So now I'm, fully uncomfortable around him. So I've got an extra gun. Oh, and I've got... And I've still got the Mummy Spirit and the Force 5 Air Elemental. But I forgot that I have another spell slot open, so I should go talk to... Oh, right. Yeah, confirm. So I'm gonna go talk to Crafty and get myself another spell. I'd like to see your wares. No, it's under spells. I can't get most of that, like, spells, because they're not based in conjuring, but in spellcasting. But do these count as... Okay, yes. So the lightning barrier is superior to the fire barrier because it, even though it's less health damage, it also does AP damage. Hold on, what do I have right now? I'm gonna sell my haste 2 and upgrade it to a haste 3. And I'm also going to get... I think... Yeah, lightning barrier. And they get equipped to my spellbook, which is Pog. Yeah. Thanks, Crafty. And I want to see if I can get a grenade launcher. Oop. I'm not sure if you heard that, but someone's using the food... what do you call it? Food disposal system, that's the word. And mine Carpi. Back again, I see. Didn't catch your name before. Didn't catch yours either. I'm Seattle. And mine Carpi. Pleased to meet you. We get a lot of passes through. After their business with the Dockman or the Yellow Lotus, they get escorted here to relax and shop. Then they leave. I'm happy to never know their names, but you're a different story, aren't you? What have you heard? Not much. Yet. So what can I do for you? Have you ever heard of a man named Raymond Black? I seem to recall a blurb on the news, but I didn't pay much attention. Not a name I know, and if it was a name worth knowing, I'd know it. Let's have a look at what you're selling. So, I'm gonna I'm gonna sell the Uzi I have right now. But okay, so they've got like the classic M79 that Isabel has, but they also have the Armtech MGL6, and I think it'll be better if I come back after the next run and get that, because it's not like I really use guns much at the moment anyway. But I need to sleep. For the first time since you got to Hong Kong, you wake up feeling well rested and satisfied. Flexing your limbs feels glorious. It's as though you've spent hours cramped up in a confined space and you can finally stretch your legs. You push yourself up and touch your feet to the ground, but something stops you short. Your mouth. Something is wrong with your mouth. Investigate with your hands. Reach your hand up and run a finger over your teeth. It doesn't take long to find the source of the problem. A molar on the upper left side. You apply slight pressure to the tooth and it slides out of your gum with no resistance. It's as if nothing was ever holding it in place to begin with. As the tooth comes free in your hand, an image etches itself in your mind. A great chamber, hazy in form and outline, clouds of red mist that fill the air, perfuming it with salt and copper. Great columns stretching up from the ground to pierce the sky, and above it all, the enormous grinding gears of a broken machine. In the distance you can hear a sound, a desperate, frantic pounding. Something enormous at the door, many somethings, all desperate to get in. Scrabbling and scratching and scraping, but unable to find purchase. The way in is locked. You feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment. You've done it! The others are trapped outside, blind and starving, unable to pass through the door. The chamber and what lies beyond it are yours. A shrill giggling noise fills the air, like the laughter of a small child, mixed with the shivering screech of countless violins. The sound reverberates down your spine like an electric current. The intoxicating aroma of meat fills your nostrils. You have been starving for 1,000 years. Soon, it will be time to feed. And just like that, it's over. The images fade, dissipating like vapor. Only the tooth in your hand remains. Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck? In my last playthrough, I think I only slept once. So I never had to deal with the creepy dreams. Buddy! Jomo stands at the edge of the dock, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette as he stares out over the river. As you approach, he lifts a hand in greeting. Ho there! Come to admire the river with Jomo? I have a bottle of baijiu we can share. Sure, why not? Ah, best choice. The orc pirate grins from ear to ear and produces a bottle half full of clear liquid. There is no label and the cork appears to be hand-carved. It is the best my meagre money can buy. Not many ships worth raiding lately. Goddamn weather. Take a small sip. A small sip was probably the better choice. The taste is like unto acetone, kerosene. Why do they have like and unto? The taste is like acetone, kerosene and old ties. It burns in your mouth. A pile of tiny liquid coals, and you stifle a cough. Jomo claps you on the back, still grinning. See, this is how Kindly stays looking so young. Chinese elixir of life. What favour can Jomo do for you? You need a body dumped at sea? I can do it fast, no one will see. Maybe you need to hide some cargo on a beach, making a map with X marks the spot? Captain Jomo burst into hearty laughter, slapping his side in mirth. I need you to take me to the sinking ship. Ah, easy la. I know exactly where that heap of junk is. Lead the way then. Right. We only get to take Isabel. Huh. Hung Hom Bay, Captain Jomo's converted speedboat chops through the rough water like a cleaver through chicken bones, launching you skyward with every wave that it hits. Your destination, the sinking ship, Gobbet's former home. The orc pirate laughs and opens the throttle. Wind and rain lash your face as the floating amalgamation of shipping containers grows larger. You can see that it's stacked at least 3 containers deep, an inelegant brick of corrugated weathering steel. An assortment of pontoons, buoys, and other flotation devices have been lashed onto the base of the raft to prevent it from tipping. You don't know what's happening here, or why Gobbet felt the need to go face it alone, but one way or another, you're about to find out. Can I equip stuff to Isabel? Yes, I can. Might as well give her another first aid, because might as well fill up her inventory. The scramble up the side of the sinking ship was treacherous. You hauled yourself up over the edge with your heart hammering in your chest, clawing for purchase against the wind and the driving rain. Walking on the surface deck isn't much better. The steel that you're standing on is slick, sheeted with water from the rainstorm that hammers down from above. Every time you shift your weight, you can feel your feet begin to slide. There are no safety rails in sight. A slip, a rogue wave, it wouldn't take much to send you screaming over the edge of the raft and into the dark water below. This thing is a wreck. Isabel gingerly prods at the rusted section of the container that you're standing on with her boot. It depresses easily, with entirely too much give. I can't believe that Gobbet ever chose to live here. From her descriptions of the sinking ship, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Yeah, she always told me that the lady in charge, what was her name? Melinda? Malvina. She'd always told me that Malvina was a control freak, all obsessed with order and cleanliness, and Cadmus was supposed to be a top quality repair guy. This thing look like it's in good repair to you? There's no guarantee that those two are even alive. A sudden gust of wind buffets you, sending you sliding. Isabel drops to her crouch, clinging to the metal with gloved hands to keep herself from slipping. She looks up, locks her dark eyes onto you. You should get moving. It's dangerous up here, and my gear is getting soaked. Alright, let's find Gobbet and make sure she's alright. If you take the lead, I'll follow. Devil rats, don't let them bite you. Another swarm, kill it. I'm gonna move over here and then set up a lightning barrier that protects us. Finish off that rat. then was that my entire turn? Whoops. Give myself aim. And then acid bomb. Ugh. Come join us by the fire and get warm. The woman by the fire looks like she hasn't seen a bar of soap in weeks. Her companion doesn't look much better. Their faces are streaked with soot and grime that the rain seems impotent to wash away. Glad to see that you made it through that in one piece. The woman smiles at you, revealing a set of crooked teeth. Please, come stand by the fire and get warm. Yeah, sure. Thank you for your hospitality. Her smile widens. Of course, we don't get strangers here often, and it's far too miserable out to turn away a guest. Seen any other strangers come through here recently? Afraid not. You're the first outsiders to visit our little raft in months. Hope that doesn't keep you from staying, though. We could really use the help. We'll help you with our rat problem, but you need to help us first. Refresh my memory. Didn't we just help peel a swarm of devil rats off of them a few seconds ago? We didn't ask you to do that. We could have handled the rats on our own. We're looking for a friend. Alright, describe this friend of yours to me. She's young, about my age, orcish with a shaved scalp and dreadlocks. Have you seen her? I'm afraid not. I wish that we had, but we don't get to see many strangers here. So how about it? Will you help us with our rat infestation or not? Yeah, we'll help. The rats have been a huge problem for us. Between the damage that they inflict and the disease that they carry, they've made it impossible for us to keep up our regular maintenance duties on the raft. If you follow us, we'll lead you down below decks. With your help, we'll get this ship cleaned out again. Lead the way then, we'll follow. The hatch down below is just over this way. We'll show you down. A shallow pool of standing water has gathered on the platform, separating it from an access hatch at the edge of the raft. Electricity arcs over the surface of the pool in angry spiderwebs of blue-white light. Whoa, hold up, the damned anti-boarding system's gone haywire again. Look, it isn't draining the way it's supposed to. Again? We just fixed the pump last week. Anti-boarding system? Isabel looks up from the crackling pool, fixes her eye on the locals. What the hell is this? A bad idea, that's what. Blame the Shadowrunners that lived on this thing before we did. It's like an anti-theft system on a car, only a lot meaner. When it gets tripped, the channel floods, and then ship's power gets shunted into the water. It can deliver a hell of a shock. Only now, it seems to trigger randomly, and the pump that we installed as a workaround has started breaking down at the drop of a hat. Why didn't you just disable the damn thing in the first place? We've tried. Lost 3 good engineers trying. In the end, we decided to just go with the workaround. No pull, no shocks. Well, that was the theory anyway. Well, it isn't that dangerous, all things considered. You've got boots on, right? You could probably make it across without... Isabel cuts him off, a serious look on her face. It's pouring out, we're both drenched, and that thing is to be putting out a lot of voltage for those arcs to be visible like that. Trying to cross that pool as is would be a bad idea. A really bad idea. Maybe we can find a way to drain the water. Yeah, that pump over there. I'm guessing that's one that isn't working? Yeah, that's the one. It's supposed to keep this part of the deck clear, but it keeps breaking down. Stupid thing. I swear, it must have burned through 4 different fuses in the past 2 weeks. We'll try fixing the pump first, and if it doesn't work, we'll have to look around for another solution. She turns away from the dwarf, sneering. One that doesn't involve crossing on foot. Before you sits a very worn and very non-functional water pump. An ancient hose snakes down from the pump into a drainage channel along the deck. Looks pretty busted. Maybe we could fix it with some of the junk that's littering the deck. Upon close-up inspection, you can see that the pump suffers from clear signs of neglect. Years of near-constant use and deferred maintenance have taken their toll on the machine, and it has recently broken down. Heavy scoring and burn patterns also indicate the reason why the pump isn't working. A blown fuse. Isabel, can you fix this? She studies the broken mechanism, frowning. Afraid not. If it were a computer, I could probably do something with it, but I'm not much of a mechanic. If we find a replacement fuse, I can slot it for you. Anything else and you're on your own. Aha! A worn box. Okay, grenades. Wait. Rusted crank wheel. A heavily rusted wheel has been mounted to one of the containers here. The floor grates here look similar to the ones near all the flooding. Yeah, I think that all of this might be connected. Hydraulic, maybe. I can see some lines running under the lip of the container. This might be the solution to our flooding problem, assuming that you can get that wheel to budge, that is. There might be another way. Let's go talk to these people. One of the locals looks up at the sound of your approach. The others remain huddled around the low fire, their backs hunched against the pelting rain. Need something, girl? If not, shove off. This fire's taken. We're looking for a friend of ours. Maybe you've seen her. Doubt it. Mostly keep to ourselves up here. Should be a new arrival. An orc about my age. Calls herself Gobbet. Seen her around? Never heard of her. If you haven't seen Gobbet, maybe you could tell me about Malvina. She's still in charge of this raft? Yeah, but if you want to talk to her, you're gonna have to go down below. The boss lady stays down there by the waterline. I'd stay away if I were you, though. Why? Just do yourself a favour and do as he says, girl. In fact, do us all a favour and get back on that trash heap you floated in on. I promise you'll be happier for it if you do. The water pump on the other side of the deck blew a fuse. Know where I could find a new one? Maybe. Could be a new fuse anywhere up here. We tend not to throw things like that away. Check the piles. That's where bits and bobs usually wind up. I'd watch my hands if I were you, though. Rats have been known to hide in those piles. He's right. You might get chewed on if you're not careful. Gotta go. Go then. Shove off. If you're smart, you won't stop until you hit dry land. And we found a fuse. Replace the blown fuse. Duck. Cool. I should have known this was coming. And I can't do that. You know what, I'll give myself extra armor. And then sweet. Now I can get out of this. And cast I love how they just all walk around it. Now Isabel can use her grenade launcher. How did I take damage from that? Literally, how? Climb below. Upon descending the ladder, you find yourself in the cramped confines of a shipping container. Interior walls have been erected of corrugated aluminium, and doors have been cut to allow passage from compartment to compartment. The air down here is ripe with the odour of rotten garbage. Sorry about the state of the place. The rats have kept our work crews too busy to worry about hauling the garbage. But now that you're here, we'll be able to set things right. Kill off those little bastards once and for all. You need to root out your devil rat infestation. Any idea where they're nesting? Yeah, down below. They're breeding on the level beneath our feet. There's a way down on the other side of the dock. I don't like this, Seattle. We don't know enough about what else is going on down there. What else would be going on? We're trying to hold out against devil rats that are trying to eat us. And the raft's going to hell while we're doing it. Please, just let us take you to the other side of the raft. You have to help us. You promised. She's right. We need more intel before we commit to anything. What do you think that you're going to find? There isn't anything. It's just us and the rats. I don't know what I'm going to find, but we're searching all the same. Alright, fine. You've got the big guns, we aren't going to argue with you. But it's important we get to the lower decks quickly. Things are getting worse here by the hour. We'll move out when we're good and ready. We're lucky that we even agreed to help. Of course. Only when you're ready. Take your time, look around. You're our guests here after all. We'll be at the other end of the deck. When you want to go down, just come look for us. A middle-aged woman with a slouching posture stands with her back to a reinforced door. With a languid motion, she turns her head to stare at you. You folks, I'll be damned. The hell are you doing in here? We're looking for a friend of ours. Maybe you've seen her? Nope, I ain't seen your friend. Sorry. You don't even know what our friend looks like yet. How can you say for sure that you haven't seen her? No one's come down here today but you. Not a soul. Didn't see anyone yesterday either. I can't remember much past then. Bad memory. Can't do a thing about it. What's behind that door there? She runs her tongue over her teeth. Storage closet. Nothing worthwhile in there. Don't even know why they have me standing watch over the thing. But those are the rules, right? And you can't question the rules. If there's nothing worthwhile in there, then it couldn't hurt to let us have a look around inside, could it? She frowns, thinking. I guess that it couldn't. You can't steal nothing, can you? So, how about it? Will you open the door for us? She reaches back and pulls a lever. You hear the metallic scrape of the door unlatching itself. Here you go. Knock yourselves out. Strangers, you picked a bad time to come visit. We aren't visiting, we're looking for a friend. Then you're out of luck. I haven't seen anyone from outside of quarantine in weeks. You want to talk to someone, talk to the dwarf. I'm busy. Need to keep my eyes open for more of those little bastards. Can't let any more of them sneak in here, not after what happened to Simon. Best of luck. A stocky dwarf leans up against the wall of the container room. His skin is sallow and it hangs off his bulky frame like a half-deflated balloon. He saw plenty of sick people back in the barracks. Addicts, BTL heads, people whose immune systems had been ravaged by disease. This guy looks worse. Hello, stranger. Don't see many new faces on the raft these days. But you're here, so you want something. Now what would that be? We're friends of Gobbett's. Seen her around? Friend, if you're looking for Gobbett, you're about 3 years too late. Your friend ain't here, and you've stumbled in the worst kind of place to be lost. You haven't seen Gobbett lately, have you? No, haven't seen the girl in years. I'd love to, mind you. She was a good friend way back when. We'll leave you in peace. Yeah, you do that. If you should happen to find Gobbett, bring her by. I haven't seen her in a long time. Do me good to talk to her again before I die of this damn disease. Hold on. A vent in the wall behind the locals. Movement. Something living must be hidden inside. Behind you! More devil rats! Panic-stricken, they begin to turn, their weapons raised. There's a flurry of motion and something large explodes out of the vent. Don't go in there, it's a trap! We really said... Gobbet and I both really said fuck y'all. The bloodied local tosses her gun aside and raises a pair of trembling hands. Her eyes have gone wide with terror. I'm sorry, we didn't want to do it. We didn't have a choice. It ordered us to. What it? What are you talking about? Explain yourself. I don't know what it is. Talks with Malvina's voice, but it isn't her. Helpless tears stream down her cheeks, clinging to her skin like beads of dew on a leaf. If you want to live, you have to do what it says. I'm going to let you live. Don't make me regret it. The squatter collapses against the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Gobbet dusts herself off and paces towards you. Hey, Hey, Seattle. I don't remember inviting you on this front, but I guess that I'm glad you could make it. She jerks her head towards the squatter's ruined body. You're welcome, by the way. Want to tell me what the hell is going on here at Gobbet? We just shot some locals, but don't worry, they were bad people. I'll take your word for it. What were you saying about a trap? Yeah, that's where they were leading you. I didn't want to see that happen, so I came riding to your rescue. She puts her hands on her hips and widens her stance, a picture-perfect example of the classic superhero pose. You are, again, welcome. Muttering under her breath, Isabel steps forward. Gobbet, tell us what kind of trap you're talking about. The kind where you end up dead. Look, I don't know exactly what they were planning to do, but I've seen them lead people through those doors before. She gestures toward the heavy double doors at the end of the hall. The people who I watched go in there never came back out again. Not a one. They'd just scream, and when the doors opened up again, they'd be gone. So you don't actually know what's in there then? No, but judging by all the screaming, I'm gonna make an educated guess that it's probably something bad. There's a long, awkward pause. Finally, Isabel steps forward. So now that we're all together, do you want to tell us why you came back here all by yourself? We'd have gone with you, Gobbet. All that you had to do was tell us. Yeah, I know. But I figured that this one was on me and I didn't want to wait another minute. Besides, I had a plan. You're on a boat full of hostiles, by yourself, in the dead of night, being hunted by devil rats. That doesn't sound like a great plan to me. I didn't come back here to fight, Seattle. This is a recon mission. I wanted to scope the place out, and it's easier to do that solo than it would have been dragging you two along. No offense. So you've scoped the place out. Fine. Mission accomplished. Do you know what you're doing now? Yeah, this place is fucked. I'm gonna sink it. Wait a second, what? The sinking ship is doomed, Seattle. I could feel that the second I set foot on board. Earlier than that, even. On some level, I think that I could feel it back home. That's why I couldn't stop thinking about this place. Whatever is happening here, it's wrong. This whole place feels off to me, somehow. Maybe even toxic. I came back to find my friends, Cadmus and Malvina, to check on them. Instead, I found a swarm of man-eating rats, a death trap, and a bunch of squatters who seem intent on killing me. So I'm gonna kill them right back, and I'm gonna use the scuttling charges that are still embedded in the hull to do that. I've already handled the ones on this level, but I haven't gone down below yet. We need to activate the charges below the waterline if we're gonna bring the sucker down. And so that's where you're heading next. Downward. Not quite, on account of the trap. I don't know how to get past it yet. Minor setback, right? So my next step was to figure that out. Makes sense to me. Time to go ask some pointed questions then? She nods enthusiastically. Somebody on this level must know how to get past that thing. I'd put money on Cadmus knowing if we could find him. He was always more of a mechanic than he was a shaman. Let's go. The man standing before you looks cleaner than most of the other squatters on the sinking ship. There's no streaks of grease on his cheeks and his clothes look freshly laundered. He leers at you as you approach. Well, What have we here? Strangers on our humble raft exploring her leaking bowels? Welcome to the sinking ship, strangers. Now tell me what you want. Who are you? You may address me as Mercurio. At your service. What do you do on the raft? A bit of this, a bit of that. I'm an artist. Or rather, I used to be. An artist and a socialite. And a man about town. He spreads his hand. By town, I mean raft, of course. Now, I mostly find myself shut away here on the sinking ship's upper deck. I've been festering away here for months, desperately clinging to the finer things in life. Quite the tale of woe, really. So what you're saying is that you're basically useless. I wouldn't expect you to understand. You're a street-level operative, no? Blue-collar work. The termite to my social butterfly. We're different creatures, you and I. Speaking of blue-collar work, I have something here that might interest you. Would you like to see it? That depends on what it is. He turns to a nearby table and lifts a battered lozenge of black plastic. He holds it out to you. It's just a data pad. Nothing sinister. This belonged to a maintenance tech that I once knew. I have no idea what happened to her, but she hasn't been seen in weeks. And you're giving this to us. Why? To earn your favour. You've come to the sinking ship rather well armed, after all. I'd rather ingratiate myself to you now before the bullets start flying. We'll take it. Thank you. Anytime. Anytime. I wasn't using the thing anyway. The schematics on the device are all quite arcane to me, I'm afraid. We'll leave you to your business. The squatter is in need of immediate medical attention. Her torso is a gory mess and an ever-expanding pool at her feet tells you that she's been well on the way to bleeding out. Please, help me. Healing magic. The strange energies of your magic wash over her, erasing the hole in her abdomen. Gradually, her eyes focus and the colour returns to her face. I don't know who you are, strangers, but you just saved my life. If I can ever return the favour, you let me know. What's your name, friend? Maria Lamb. My friends call me Sparrow. It's good to meet you, Sparrow. She chuckles. Better luck for me that I met you. If I hadn't, I'd think that I would have bled out by now. How did you get shot? I was part of the last mutiny attempt. Made it through that alright, but I guess that I also made some enemies. Don't know who shot me, but it's a fair bet that it's someone on this boat who is holding a grudge. I'll let you get on with your day. Alright, but if you ever need anything else, you know where to find me. The terminal. We need to talk about these new regulations that you keep handing down. Look, I used to be a merchant marine, I get it. I know how important procedure is in a boat, and I know the mindset that you're working against. But some of these new rigs are borderline on draconian, and they're getting in the way of our maintenance crews downstairs. Order is a good thing. Micromanaging isn't, so let's talk about it, okay? We've got a hell of an infestation going on in the lower levels, and we need to start doing something about it. Can I count on you and your boys to help me with this? I know that Em would frown on what I'm proposing, but she isn't doing anything to help. We have to take matters into our own hands before things get ugly. This is exactly what I was afraid of seeing. Those bloody rats have eaten us out of house and home. And now that their food supply is gone, they decided to turn on us. It's pretty clear that Em can't or won't use her magic to fix this, so it's on us to deal with the fallout. I've had the upstairs maintenance crew set aside a couple of containers as a quarantine area / sick room. It's inevitable that we're gonna start seeing people getting sick, and we need a place to shelve them. If we don't do this, we're gonna have a panic on our hands. Vita's deaths aren't pretty. Tell your brother that I got this note and that I will be there. I don't know what all of this is about, but I have a guess, and if I'm right, well, I'm in. Things have to change around here, for all of our sakes. A slender human woman in shabby overalls looks up from her work with a frown. You can't help but notice the scars on her neck. I'll be damned. Gobbet? Hello, Yasmin. It's good to see you again. Yeah, you too. Where the hell have you been all these years? On a different boat, funny enough. Yes, I'm a little out of the loop on what's happening here. Could you do me a solid and fill us in? Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about it, but I'll tell you what I know. Have you had any close encounters with the devil rats? Yeah, don't go downstairs unless you absolutely have to. Tower decks are absolutely crawling with things. Tell us what's been happening here. Well, we're all struggling to deal with the devil rat infestation. You probably know about them. With all of the rats around, there aren't many volunteers for the maintenance crews anymore. It gets lonely out here. That's it. That's all that I have to say. Yes, you're talking to me here, so tell me what's going on. I can't help you if I don't know what's happening. Yasmin's eyes dart up and down the hall, scanning for anyone who might be coming. Her hands begin to shake. After a moment, she leans toward Gobbet and lowers her voice to a whisper. Yeah, alright. This raft is cursed. I think that I know what you're talking about, Yas. I could feel it all the way back home. But tell me more. I want to hear it from you. Malvina isn't in charge here anymore. She's gone now. I think she may be dead. And whatever it is that's taken her place, it's horrible. I don't even know what it is, but it isn't human. And the worst part is, it talks over the intercom using her voice. She claps a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide, her entire body is shaking. Thanks, Yaz. That helps. Believe it or not, it helps. She nods mutely, still struggling to calm herself. I'll leave you to your work. Yeah, thanks, and be careful out there. And this leads us back to there. So if we come through here, we can talk to the sick dwarf. The dwarf's milky eyes track you as you approach. A wave of recognition washes over his face, but his movements remain lethargic. Eventually, he manages to slur out a few words. Gobbet, back after all this time. Yeah, I'm sorry it's taken so long. Gobbet stares at the dwarfs, wide-eyed. It's good to see you again, Cad. Gobbet's told me about you. How are you feeling? Perfect, thanks for asking. I mean, I'm dying, and my home has gone to shit, and we're probably gonna sink into the bay, but otherwise I'm great. Welcome home, girl. Been a long time. She swallows. Cadmus, save it, I'm not mad. I'm mostly just happy to hear your voice again. It's good to have a friend. There's a trapped room at the end of the hall. Do you know anything about that? Yeah, me and my crew built the thing. Let me guess. Malvina's orders? First thing she asked us to do after Tsui's little rebellion. We started work on the thing the week after you left. Yasmin was in charge of the project. Can you tell us how to get past it? No, but Yaz can. She should be somewhere on this level. Go find her and tell her I sent you. We will. Thanks, Cad. Don't mention it. Are you sick, Cadmus? Ill? I would say so. Deathly ill. Vetus is a real bitch. Even a neutered strain like this one can really knock you on your ass. You'll be okay, Cad. You're a dwarf and a shaman. That's 2 big points in your favour. You're gonna walk this off. You'll see. Spare me the pep talk. I'm too tired to walk. He coughs into his sleeve. Cad. Save it. I know what my chances look like and they ain't good. I've seen a lot of our friends loaded into these cots, Gobbet. They all went out in garbage bags. Anyway, let's talk about something else, huh? All of this doom and gloom is getting to me. Tell us what's happening here. Bad things. A lot of good people die. Something's gone rotten on this raft, Gobbet. You know what I mean. Toxic. Yeah, I can feel it too. I can feel it all the way back home. Cadmus, where are our friends? What happened to Yasmin and Anson and Malvina? Anson's dead. He never even made it into the sick room, just disappeared. But I know where he went. He stabs a finger downward at the floor. Yasmin's still with us. Small favours, right? But the fight has gone out of her. She's content to do what she's told and to tremble. Malvina ain't Malvina anymore. What is she? I don't know what it is. It's definitely toxic, but as for what it is... His voice trails off. Cadmus stares up at Gobbet helplessly. Malvina went off the rails because of that damned bauble that I gave her. That's what happened, isn't it? It ain't her, Gobbet. It's something else. He struggles to contain another cough. Eventually it passes. But yeah, that shiny red egg that UNC lifted is the cause of it, I think. That ugliness was already inside of her, but that thing brought it out. Shit. Cadmus, you said that Malvina isn't herself anymore. So what is she? You ever heard of a rat king? It's an old folklore thing. A bunch of rats all fused together, their tails all wrapped and twisted into a great big knot. That's what Mal has become. I don't know how many different spits she's tied her essence to, but the last time I opened my third eye to her, I couldn't see where they ended and she began. What does that even mean? I've never heard of... It means that she ain't human anymore, girl. Her aura is bound to other things. Alien things. All tangled and twisted and grown together. They're all one being now. A rat king. It talks like Malvina, but it ain't her anymore. Is she possessed? No, best as I can tell, she invited this. Welcomes it. Malvina and the things she's tied to are all one being now. A collective. And to listen to them talk, they like it that way. Another long, wet cough interrupts his speech. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. The talisman that the Rat King is holding. The shiny object. Do you know how it works? No, I tried sensing it once. The only thing that I took away from the experience was a migraine. It felt like there were railroad spikes buried behind my eyes for days. All I can tell you for certain is that it still works. As long as the Rat King's connected to that thing, you can't hurt it. Any holes that you put in its body will close up on your own. So what are we expected to do against that? If the bauble makes the thing unkillable, then you need to find a way to get that bauble away from it. Gobbet managed to do that during Sue's rebellion. I'll bet that she could do it again. We should go. Hang in there, man. I ain't going nowhere. Be safe. Gobbet, you're back. Cadmus said that you were in charge of building the trap at the end of the hall. Yeah, that was me. I didn't want to build the thing, but I did it to help Malvina, to keep us safe. I've regretted it ever since. We could really use your help, yes. We need to get below decks, and we need to do it in one piece. Can you help us to get past the trap that you built? I think so. It's been a long time, but I think I remember what wires you'd need to snip to disarm the thing. She fumbles at a nearby table, grabs a napkin. Then she produces a grease pencil from her breast pocket and begins to draw. There's a hidden access panel in the floor. You'd never find it if you didn't know where to look. You snip these wires here and this one here, bypass this circuit, and then flip this lever. Do that and you're done. The trapdoor won't trigger and you won't get dumped into the killing pit. Killing pit? She passes the napkin to Gobbet. It's pretty much what you'd expect. She snatches the yapkin. The yapkin? The napkin from Yasmin's hand. Thanks, Yaz. You don't know how badly we need this. I can guess. Cadmus sent you to me after all. Best of luck. I'll leave you to your work. Yeah, thanks. And be careful out there. The air is thicker in here. Acid. Acrid. The stench clings to your tongue, sticks in the back of your throat. It smells like damp cardboard and stale urine. Gobbet surveys the room warily, her nose crinkling in disgust. She produces the napkin with Cadmus's instructions from her breast pocket and hands them to you. There you go, Seattle. You know what to do. Let's hope that Yaz knows her stuff. Following the grease pencil diagram, you locate a hunk of metal flooring with a slightly raised edge. Hooking your fingers under it, you lift to reveal a hidden access panel. That's a good sign. The instructions are surprisingly easy to follow. 3 snips with your pocket knife and a rewired connection later, the floor-spanning trapdoor has been disarmed. Well, that was easy. Go on, Seattle, you take the lead. You've earned it. Gee, thanks. Well, we didn't immediately die, so that's a good sign. Stepping into this room is like wading into the killing floor of a slaughterhouse. There isn't an inch of ground that isn't caked with spilled blood. The stench that floods into your nostrils is as overpowering as it is vile. It's the stench of rotten beef and stale vomit, of warm blood poured into a chemical toilet and left out in the sun to cook. The buzzing of flies in your ears helps bring you back to your senses. Blinking against the light, you see the stacks of mouldering trash piled nearly to the ceiling. The piles of dead bodies are stacked nearly as high. Focus on the bodies. None of these people died cleanly, not a one. In one way or another, each carcass has been ripped apart. Some have been riddled with bullets, others have been sliced open with blades or shredded by chisel-like teeth. The end result is always the same, another fresh corpse, its eyes frozen open in agony and surprise. Gobbet's jaw drops open in horror, her eyes moving slowly from atrocity to atrocity, her cheeks draining of colour. But Beatrice and no, not Simon. Oh, Rat, no, this... Gobbet grasps for a way to finish her thought. She doesn't find one. I'm sorry, Gobbet. I know that these people were friends. A lot of them were. Some I didn't know. Her eyes remain locked on the nearest pile of corpses. They all deserve better than this. I think that I can see one of the Scotland charges that we need to activate. Think you can arm it, Isabel? Not from here, no, but I can disable the safety on it. Is there a difference? Disabling the mechanical safeties on the bombs is just the first step. After we've done that, I'll need to reroute power from the raft to the bombs to arm them. I have to jack into whatever matrix server they have on this thing to do that. Huh, guess it's a good thing that you came along after all. She jerks a thumb upward towards the ceiling. I removed the safeties on the bomb upstairs. They're all ready to be armed. I'll leave the rest to you. We know what we've got to do. Let's go do it. Hold on, what was the Scotland charge? I guess we activated it? Ah, fuck. Alright, so I'm gonna come back to here. And then just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. armor myself, and then probably no, that's not going to be useful. I suppose I could strip armor and then alright. I don't like that there's dragon lines in there. Let's leave that for now. I like even less that I can't see where the door for the room with all the dragon lines is. An ear-splitting wail blares through the alarm system. One blast. Oh, do we need to set the charges now? Fear.jpg. Might as well try and set all the charges again. Oh, is that a door over here? No. I'm gonna quickly Google this. Alright, oh, we missed a door. So we armed that. Now that means that a door should have opened somewhere. Wait. I think... So... I think there's a bug. I'm not sure. Okay, so there's a bug for this, so we're gonna have to reload the game. And I might take this opportunity to quickly make some more tea because I'm out of tea and I'm thirsty from talking a lot, but I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, so guess there's not really much point in going through here. Oh, did we miss this last time? Another squatter, this one more beaten up than most. Don't recognize you, that means you're new here. You picked a bad place to go sightseeing, outsider. You okay, man? You don't look so good. No, I'm not okay. I'm all beaten up and going blind in one eye. Now tell me what you want so I can be on my way. We're looking for a friend of ours, a female orc about 19 years old. Calls herself Gobbit. Haven't seen her. Sorry. I'll leave you be. It's just up this way, through this door here. As you approach, something catches your eye. A vent in the wall behind the locals. Movement. Something living must be hidden inside. As you watch, the locals continue to wait for you, unaware of what's happening behind them. There's a flurry of motion and something large explodes out of the vent. Gobbit lands in a crouch, her weapon raised. Don't go in there, it's a trap! Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? Might as well full send it with the group. The bloody local tosses her gun aside and raises a pair of trembling hands. Her eyes have gone wide with terror. I'm sorry, we didn't want to do it. We didn't have a choice. It ordered us to. What? It? What are you talking about? Explain yourself. I don't know what it is. It talks with Malvina's voice, but it isn't her. If you want to live, you have to do what it says. I'm going to let you live. Don't make me regret it. The squatter collapses against the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Gobbit dusts herself up and paces towards you. Hey, it is. I'm gonna skip through this because we've already done it before. Alright. I'm gonna save Yaz for last after I've spoken to Cad. Oh, I hadn't talked to Ivan before, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's a bad habit of mine. You're guarding the room against rats? Yes, the rats and the thing that's controlling them. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard stories. You want to talk to someone? Talk to the dwarf. I'm busy. So, according to like a forum page, I think it's a forum page, might be called something different now, but they called them forum pages when I was a child. Stocky Dwarf, but we're supposed to exhaust his conversation so that we could lead a revolution instead. Gobbert's told me about you. How are you feeling? Perfect, thankful. Yeah. Skip through stuff that we already know. Bad things. A lot of good people died. We've heard that. Yeah, I'd had enough. A lot of us had, so I took a page from old Suey's book. We mutinied. This is what's left of our side. Been locked in here for 5 days now, waiting for Vetus to finish the job. The rest of us got fed to the rats. Doesn't seem to have gone very well. No, it didn't. Truth is, we weren't prepared for how many of those bastard rats Malvina had bred, and we weren't expecting our shipmates to fight on her behalf. Why would the others stop you from taking the ship back? That doesn't even make sense. What do you think, girl? Fear. Fear of death. Fear of being gnawed apart by 100 vermin. Fear of that thing. You're saying that the people here aren't brainwashed? That they're just afraid? Scared shitless is a better way of putting it, and I can't blame them. If anything, we're the crazy ones for trying to fight that thing. If the Rat King's soldiers only serve it because they're afraid, maybe we can turn them away from it. Could do. They might rally around someone they know. Maybe someone he lived with and fought for him years ago. Here, Ice Goblin. That was a subtle hint, girl. I've got a better idea. We're gonna get you and your people onto lifeboats, and then we're sending this raft to the bottom of the bay, and the Rat King is going with it. You can't mean that. This is our home. We've got nowhere else to go, Gobbet. I'm not gonna let that thing force us to put this raft to the torch. You've already tried it your way. Look what happened. Maybe it's good that you leave this place. I've lived in a place like this before. I've seen what it can do to people. She grew up in the walled city, Cad. Then she knows what we've got to look forward to if you sink this raft, because we sure as hell can't afford to live anywhere else. Gobbet, listen. It isn't too late for the sinking ship. We can still turn this thing around. My mutiny failed because the Rat King knew things that we didn't. Yours can succeed if you try. My gut says that we should sink the raft. It says that from the moment I arrived here. That's what Rat wants me to do, so that's what I'm gonna do. Gobbet, Cadmus might be right. If we could drum up enough support, I think that we could retake the sinking ship. Have you forgotten the first lesson I taught you, Seattle? Always go with your gut. My gut says, spare us the lecture, Gobbet. Cadmus is right. You're going off half-cocked. Again. The truth is, you can save this raft if you want to. If you don't, tell us and we'll sink it. Look, Gobbet, things have changed since you decided to sink this raft. You can see that, right? She sets her jaw, draws a deep breath, and slowly releases it. Right, Cad. If you're sure that you can keep up your end, I'd be willing to help you with your mutiny, but if your people fuck it up, I'm sinking this thing. Got it? Yeah, and thanks. With your help, we can do this. That remains to be seen. Go on, get moving and convince as many people as you can to help us when the time comes. Whoever you don't bring around to our side is going to fight against us, so be thorough about it. When you're ready for us to make our move, trigger the shipboard alarm system. 2 blasts. Then we'll start kicking in doors. Right, okay. 2 blasts starts the mutiny. But if we sound the alarm once and leave it, you get your people the hell off this raft. Got it? 1 blast means you're sinking the raft. You do that and I'm kicking your boss bony ass from here to Macau. But yeah, I hear you. You got all of that, stranger? You know what you're supposed to do? We convince people to join you, then trigger the alarm. 1 blast means we're sinking the raft, 2 means that the mutiny is on. Got it. Good, thanks. And Gobbet, thank you. Does me good to know that you're with us on this. Alright, so we'll start with talking to you. Glad to have you on our side, stranger. When time for the mutiny comes, you can count me in. You're back. Why? The Rat King has ruled here for long enough. We're taking it down and we could use your help. You'll get yourselves killed even talking like that. You'll get me killed with you. Get the hell out of here right now. I won't take part in another damned mutiny. Think. How does it help you for the Rat King to stay in control? I warned you not to talk. Ow. Oh no, not the grenade launcher. You again. What do you need? Did the Rat King's people do that to you? No, I got caught in the crossfire. The mutineers did this to me. Thought I was with the Rat King. All that I wanted to do was get home. Instead, my right eye only sees double now. Can hardly use my hands. Thanks for asking. I know you're hurting, but there are other ways to help than fighting. Oh, I can fight, don't you worry about that. Might be best if I waited a week or two, but even in this state I am in, I can hold my own. Used to be damn good with a blade. Paid a pretty penny to have one custom forged from the heathen. That blade was a lovely thing. Useful in and out of a fight. I always liked that. Wasn't just a weapon, it was a tool as well. And what happened to this blade of yours? Taken. Lost, I don't know. He pulls a belly-song knife from his back pocket, extends his arm, offering it to you. How about you, stranger? Are you handy with a blade? Nope. Damn, any idea where it went? No, and even if I did, do you think I'd tell a stranger where to find it? That blade was my most prized possession. If anyone's gonna find it, it's gonna be me. We're taking this raft back from the Rat King, and we need all the help we can get. Can we count on you? You're all fools. The last 2 mutinies failed and yours will too. Even if you did have a chance, it was Cadmus and his boys that did this to me. Think I'm gonna cozy up with them? I'm sorry that they hurt you, but like you said, you got caught in the crossfire. People get hurt in those situations, it happens. Cadmus would never intentionally harm you. The Rat King, on the other hand. I said no. I'm not putting my neck out for nobody. I'm gonna ride this thing out and that's all there is to it. If you help us, I can make it worth your while. I have connections back in Kowloon. You're hard of hearing? I said no, and that's final. I'm not laying my life on the line for you, or for Cadmus, or for anyone else. Wake up. We're living in a war zone. Not choosing a side won't keep you safe, it'll get you killed. He stares at you with his good eye. You're right. I know that. I know it better than most. But can't just pick up and leave. Nobody can. The Rat King won't let us. Then we'll have to kill the fucking thing, won't we? He stares at her with his good eye. It's subtle, but something in his expression changes. Grows hard. You a killer, girl? I do it for a living. We all do. Then maybe you've got a chance. He grits his teeth, gingerly touches the ruin of his collapsed eye socket. To hell with it, I'm in. When you make your move, I'll do what I can to help. You've made the right decision. Go to Cadmus and wait for our signal. I will. And this person owes us a favour. Thanks again for your help. I'd have bled out if you hadn't come along. We're taking another run at the Rat King and we're going to kill it this time. We could use your help. I want to help, I do, but I can't do much without supplies. I'll make you a deal. If you hook me up with some medical supplies, I'll join your mutiny. She gratefully accepts the supplies that you offer her. A deal's a deal, and I have a debt to repay. When you make your move on the Rat King, I'll be there to help. Good. Head to the quarantine area and meet up with Cadmus. He'll let you know what to do. I have a few things to take care of first, but I will. You've got my word on that. A slender human woman in shabby overalls looks up from her work with a frown. You can't help but notice the scars on her neck. Have you had any close encounters with the devil rats? Cadmus said... Tell us what's been happening here. We're taking the ship back, Yasmin. We need your help. Another mutiny? No, not me. Go to someone else. I saw what happened last time. Last time you didn't have me here. We're gonna kill the monster that stole Malvina's voice, yes. You've got my word on that. She stares at Gobbet, long and hard. Finally, she acquiesces with a nod. Alright, Gobbet, I'm in. I'm terrified, but I'm in. I'm no fighter, you know that. I keep the ship afloat, and that's about it. But I'll do what I can to help. You'll be okay, Yasmin, I promise. Circle up with your brother. I'm sending everyone we can convince to help to meet up with him in the sick room. I'll tell you what to do from there. Wait, I want to try something. The end. You hit the ground with a bone-snapping crunch. Everything goes... So you just straight up die. I suppose that's to be expected, but like... Alright, so we're gonna go with the mutiny option. Are you okay? She doesn't seem to notice you. Her jaw hangs open in horror. As her eyes move from atrocity to atrocity, her cheeks slowly drain of colour. I'm sorry, Gobbet. I know that these people were friends. We made a promise, Goblin. I think that we should keep it. I think it's a stupid idea, Seattle, but if you really want to do this, then I'll help you get it done. At least this way I'll get to look the Rat King in the eye when I kill it. Damn right. I'll have to get the shiny object away from the Rat King if we want to kill it. It's probably going to be tricky. I don't think that she'll just let me saunter up and take it. We do tricky things every day. We can handle this too. Of course we can. Alright, let's do this. Right. So, yeah, that's different to last time we were here. Then probably armor up. Oof, that might hit Seattle though. No, I might as well heal myself. Bruh. Sweet. Now if we come in here, then there was the shamanic salve. Someone's using the food disposal unit. So he started the mutiny, and now the door opens. The door is heavy. It could easily be barred to prevent outside intrusion, but instead it stands ajar. It's almost as if it's inviting you in. That's Malvina's old cabin, seat of power for the sinking ship. That's where the Rat King is going to be. Once we go in there, we're going to be in this. There's no changing our minds after we've picked a fight with that thing. What do you say, Seattle? Are we doing this or not? Enter. The thing that looms over you is horrifying. Twisted amalgamation of woman and swarm, knotted and tied together into a single whole. Gobbet. The creature's voice is unnerving. 1,000 rumbling voices, all interwoven and laid over the top of Malvina's crisp, cultured speech. You have returned to us, little mouse. You, the instigator of our own ascendancy. The keystone. The source of our unity. The font of power that makes us strong. Your gift to us, little mouse. You gave us what we needed to bring this raft to order. Gobbet's nose crinkles in revulsion. On her shoulders, madness and folly chitter and shriek. Save me the speech, Malvina. Or whatever you are, I'm not here to talk. The new body isn't doing you any favours, by the way. You look like a furry tree stump. The creature leans forward into the light. A fine-featured face with high cheekbones and piercing eyes stares down at you. The carpet of living vermin that bury the rest of Malvina's head and neck struggle and shriek. Our new body is beauty itself, unit of biology and unity of purpose. What you are is an idiot. You saw it, so you let loose with the shiny object, and you decided to keep using it anyway. If that isn't stupid, I don't know what is. The thing's voice grows to a roar, and you hear other sounds folded into it. The cacophonous, gibbering babble of things gone mad. We are order out of chaos, the death of entropy, a glorious unity. Oh, fuck this. She pulls back the slide on her weapon. We're here to kill this thing, not let it talk us to death. Damn right. Ah! And then I'm gonna set up Alright. So I'm guessing from the big field around her, that we have to hit the rats first, or something. And once again, I'm just gonna do that, and then and I think they're far enough away that I can risk a... Yep. Ouch. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And you know what? Let's increase everyone's aim. Ugh. Disgusting. Okay. give Isabel some haste so that she can... Or maybe not. And now that rat's too close to Gobbet, so... Oh my god. And I'm gonna strip her armor. And actually and then get Gobbet to pick up the shiny object. The Rat King shrieks as Gobbet lifts the shiny object in her hands. In its voice you can hear the echoes of 1,000 inhuman beings. This is interesting. She hugs the shiny object to her chest, her bare hands caressing the stone. I can feel Malvina's control over the rats. It's like 1,000 strings connecting her to them, and it feels like one of the Rat King's servitors shudders in place. Slowly, seemingly against its own will, it lifts its head to stare at you. I can tug at those strings. Malvina's cultured voice is overtaken by the inhuman roars of the other things that share her body. We will rend you all to pieces, tear your flesh to shreds. Gobbet dances back, cradling the shiny object like a newborn baby. She begins to laugh. Buy me a little time, Seattle. I'm still getting used to this thing, but if you give me a minute or two, those demon rats will be mine. I can do that. Oh, and now she's finally vulnerable. Can't heal, Gobbet? What do you mean there's no wound to heal? Ugh. Can you not leave her alone? It's a good thing I gave one of those medkits to Isabel. The Rat King's body shudders and convulses. As you watch, the living carpet of devil rats that form the majority of its bulk begin to writhe. Malvina opens her mouth to speak, but you'll never know what she's going to say. The only sound that escapes from her throat is a long, ragged scream. With a dawning horror, you come to realize what you're looking at. The devil rats that surround Malvina are turning inward. She's being eaten alive. Gobbet stares, dead-eyed, at her former friend as the swarm that has bound her rips her body apart. Black blood pours in rivers to the aluminium-lined floor. Come on, Gobbet, let's get the hell out of here. You go if you want to. I'm watching this. I owe Malvina that much. The ghastly feast unfolding before you continues long after Malvina's screams have died away. Finally satisfied, Gobbet nods to you. This raft is ours. It's over. Her PDA buzzes. She glances down at it, then turns the screen so that you can see. Cadmus's grim visage fills the screen. I don't know what you just did, but whatever it was, it worked. Those rat things turned on Malvina's loyalists. And when they got done eating them, they started eating each other. Gobbet stares down at the shiny object that she holds clutched in her hands. Yeah, I know, I told them to. Right after I did the same to the Rat King. Malvina's dead, Cad. You did good, Gobbet. Gobbet? You and your friends. We won. Come on up topside, a celebration is in order. No, Cad. No celebrations and no milling around. You can keep this place. I'm done with it. Too many bad memories. And besides all of that, you've got a hell of a mess on your hands. I'll be damned if I'm going to help clean it up. You've already helped us clean up, Gobbet. We'll always owe you for that. Yeah, well, let's not make a big thing out of it. Goodbye, Cad, and good luck. Captain Jomo is still waiting for us outside. Ready to go home? Beyond ready. She passes the shiny object from one hand to the other, scowling. And this stupid thing is taking a one-way trip to the bottom of the bay. Good call. Come on, Seattle. Let's go home. Captain Jomo's speedboat carries you away from the sinking ship, now liberated from the tyranny of the Rat King once and for all. The shiny object rests with Malvina's bones at the bottom of Hung Hom Bay. Gobbet stares back at the raft as it recedes into the distance. Her expression is at once happy and sad. Isabel takes her hand, and together they turn away. Hoy grows closer. You're going home. I've been streaming for like almost 3.5 hours, so I think once I talk with everyone, I'm gonna call stream for today. Yeah. Your comlink chirps, and Kindly Ching's rusty voice slides through the speaker. You can hear the sounds of mahjong players laughing in the background. It's Auntie Ching, dear. My, but you sound happy, Auntie Ching. Oh, I am, my sweet. I'm one step closer to breaking Josephine's sag. I have a lead on the location of the plastic-faced man. The man we saw in the surveillance footage meeting Raymond Black at the tea house on the docks. Where is he? Not on the comm. Come see me and we'll talk. +1 action point. Your experience has increased your ability to operate in dangerous situations. plague barrier is like a souped up version of the lightning barrier, but like I feel like the devil rat spirit will be better in the long run. The bright light system, it's not good. It really isn't. But this, it basically stops you from ever getting stunned. Yeah, lethal force is better and more in character. The red samurai ability here has less potential for friendly fire, and also makes him a better tank. So, I think I'm gonna go with Predator since I usually keep Koshai at range anyway. Confirm. And I am going to go to Kindly Ching, but I'm going to talk to everyone first. A sight unexpected from the Windows Slapdash product displays strikes you as you walk through the shop. Everything is clean. Unusually clean. Not spotless. A nearby food plate resting atop a small collection of books speaks to that, but otherwise the piles of journals and notebooks and books from before are, for the most part, on shelves. Organized. The shopkeeper is nowhere to be seen. You don't remember whether an open sign was on the front door, but the handle turned easily enough. Someone must be here. You approach the front counter and see a service bell. Ring the bell. You hear a thump, followed by a loud shit. Crafty leaps up from behind the counter, rubbing the top of her head, a duster in her other hand. Her eyes widen when she sees you. Seattle! Wow, you've been busy. I feel like I've walked into another dimension. I was getting hounded by some of my regular patrons, and maybe a sanitation officer or two. That doesn't matter, Seattle. I found it. The thing we've been searching for. I know what's happening inside the walled city. I'm all ears. The Yama Kings. They're real. Whoa now. That's a big leap from imaginary monsters. Crafty's eyes hold your gaze with an unshakable intensity. I'm serious. You know me. I'm the last person to start believing in Santa Claus, much less my mother's ravings. But this is solid. The Yama Kings are real and they're coming. They've been on their way to the walled city since the place was built. The dreams, they're portents of their coming. Omens manifested as dreams. I'm not convinced. Just think about it. The strange things we've been dreaming, the sensations, the hunger. Asleep or awake, it affects us all the time, anywhere. The connection, we're all in or near the walled city, itself a beacon for disaster. Something, or some things, have noticed the city, and now we're noticing them. Then everything that's happened in the walled city, it's been the Yama Kings all along? Not quite. I don't think the Yama Kings are the cause of the walled city's corruption. They are the effect. Something in the walled city has so polluted the feng shui of the place that it's acting as a magnet for malevolent astral beings. Mum was right. There's something at work in the walled city. I don't know if it's a curse or something else. But there's something deeply unnatural at work in that place. I'm so sorry, Mother. I thought I was closing my eyes to your madness, but all I did was prevent myself from seeing the truth, from seeing what was unfolding right in front of me. Are these beings what broke your mother? The Yama Kings weren't directly responsible for Mum's corruption. It was caused by the root problem, that which attracted the Yama Kings to the city in the first place. The poison at the bottom of the well. Whatever it is, it's been there from the very beginning, and it's in no way natural. People did this. At least now you know what happened to her. I know where you're coming from, Seattle, but my mother still allowed herself to be corrupted. She put herself in the way of evil, and it took her. Not a second thought for anyone else. Her research has given us valuable resources. I'm glad these journals, these pieces of her mind, can be used to arm ourselves against the Yama Kings. The knowledge it's given us will help in the trials to come. Can the Yama Kings leave the walled city? Why would they? The curse, or whatever it is that's attracting the Yama Kings to the walled city, has turned the city into an ideal hunting ground. With a practiced sweep of her hand, she tugs a strand of hair behind her ear. A foggy handprint slowly disappears from the counter where her hand was pressed. Have you ever heard of terraforming? It's an old science fiction idea. You make a planet, like the moon or something, into an Earth-like environment to support human habitation. That's what's happening in the walled city, only in reverse and on an astral level. I think that pent-up toxic care in the walled city is turning the place into an extension of the Yama King's home plane, making the environment there hospitable for them. They won't range beyond it for the same reason why you wouldn't leave a bathysphere in the deep ocean. But as we've seen, that corruption is spreading. It's already starting to seep into Hawaii. If left unchecked for another 30-40 years, who knows what might happen. Let's backtrack for a moment. This is big, Crafty. Huge. To your words, an unusual mood washes over Crafty. She raises her hands and grips her tattooed arms, hugging her chest. Please, Seattle, you have to stop it. This evil. For yourself, for my mother, for every man, woman, and child in the walled city and Hawaii. Nobody outside of our community will care about this. They've already written people like us off. If what's happening here is to be undone, we have to be the ones to undo it. Of course, the city is just as important to me as it is to you. I'll do whatever I can to stop the Yama Kings. You watch her grip relax, her shoulders ease. Thank you. Really. Thank you. I need to take care of some things on my end. You take care of things on yours. Will do. Good luck, Seattle. More notes. Contacted a friend of mine, Riley, a Decker, and asked her to pull some data for me. Her results are surprising, and for what it's worth, I think we're onto something. Riley dug up records of things like reported sleep disturbances, psychotic breaks, Hong Kong police force responses to cult activities, etc. She found that they all form a classic bullseye heat pattern around the walled city. She couldn't find any data from within the walled city itself, but the outside data was still enough to establish the pattern inside the slum. This has got to be more than a coincidence. It's too unnatural to be attributed to anything else. I don't know what it means yet, but I've got my nose to the books. I'll let you know when I find out. One other thing. That last email I sent you, the one with my mother's notes. I went ahead and reread it, and that took me back to the source text, and I was able to pull something else from her list. This isn't much, but it seems to be pretty consistent across her ramblings. If I'm reading it right, it's kind of like a set of rules that govern the interactions of the Yama Kings. It's surprisingly bureaucratic if I'm reading it right. The most interesting tidbit is this. There's something here about the Kings being unable to back down in a deal. It's like, if they give an inch, they forfeit everything. From what I'm reading, the Armor Kings have their own code of laws, but they don't have to follow them unless you know how to call them on it. Like, they break the rules all the time, but if you can't cite chapter and verse on which rule they're breaking, it doesn't matter to them. Approach from a place of wisdom though, and you can bind them with their own laws. Anyway, this is all really arcane stuff, but I think that there might be something here. I can't vouch for any of it, obviously. When you take a step back, it all sounds like crazy talk, but one thing that I can tell you for certain, my mother believed it was true. If anything else comes up, you'll be the first to know. Crafty. Can I talk to people, or is everyone at... Okay, everyone's at Auntie's. I love how Koshai isn't allowed in the mahjong parlor. It's kind of funny. Kindly Ching is in the midst of emptying two plastic shopping bags when you enter. She places the contents in a pile on her mahjong table. 2 liquor bottles without labels, a box of her thin black cigars, an assortment of individually wrapped gourmet chocolates, and a large caliber pistol with electrical tape wrapped around its grip. Ah, good, you're here. She finishes with the plastic bags and throws them to the floor. It seems like forever since we saw each other. Welcome back. Was your trip worthwhile? Her voice is filled with a rusty energy. Yes, my darling, yes. I met with several contacts within my network who referred me to others in neighbouring cities. Regardless of how far technology moves forward, tradition demands that some things be handled face to face. I returned with information that will lead you to the plastic-faced man. The man who killed Raymond Black. Excellent. While you were gone, we uncovered a relationship between Josephine Sang and Raymond Black. Did you? And what was it you uncovered? We've been lied to all this time. Wu and me. Raymond Black is actually Edward Sang. Raymond Black is Josephine's son? Her brow furrows. Yes, you were lied to. For a long time. This explains where he went when he disappeared years ago. Seattle. Any idea why he disappeared? No, just that he went missing after Josephine completed rebuilding the walled city. That was in the early 30s. Realize what this means, don't you, my sweet? That inbred little goat whore was cold enough to have her own son executed. Even more reason to find the plastic-faced man. What have you found out? Everything you need to move forward. I know the identity of the plastic-faced man. His name is Li Tai Lung, and he's an independent contractor. A trusted, deniable asset who handles all of Josephine Sang's more delicate operations off the books and away from the public eye. The plastic-faced man is a shadowy right hand outside of the corporation. She doesn't bother with a glass. She takes a long pull of the stinking bottle and wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. And I know how to find him too. I've made contact with an information broker, Xiao Zhe, who works out of an abandoned night market in Shek Kip Mei called the Xing House Court. It's not hard to find. Xiao Zhe has gained access to the plastic-faced man's complete itinerary. Where he'll be, who he'll be with, what sort of security he'll have, the works. You can use it to perform an extraction. Grab him and find out what he knows. Did you find out why Lee has a face made of plastic? It's not just his face. Li Tai Lung's entire skull is synthetic. He's designed himself to be the perfect corporate operative. He's installed a unique piece of hardware, you see, that allocates and compartmentalizes client-related memories so that they can be erased upon the completion of a job. And as an added security measure, this cortical implant will wipe his memory if it detects that he's been captured. So you need a way to circumvent the implant. Exactly. Unless you can find a way around the cortical implant, you'll have no way to extract the information he has and figure out what happened to Raymond Black. Now I've done my part in this, my darling. You need to find a way to neutralize that device. Isabel interjects, her voice breaking slightly as she speaks. I know a way. I've heard of something like this before. I met someone in the Matrix who had shirked a similar memory wipe implant once. It was a requirement for a big job and she pulled it off. Keep talking. Her handle is Dreamland, and I know where to find her. All that we have to do is convince her to give up the secrets of how she did it. Okay, Isabel and I will go see Dreamland before we hit the information broker. Then we grab the plastic-faced man. No matter who you choose to help you snatch this guy, I'm gonna be there when you extract the information from him about Raymond. You got it, Vic? We should all be there. I know that I want to see this. Very good, my darlings. Now listen to me. After you get what you need from the plastic-faced man, I want you to end him. You understand? I need to send a very clear message that this is what happens when you mess with Kindly Ching's operations. With Kindly Ching's people. Josephine takes Nightjar. I take her plastic-faced man. Once you snatch the plastic-faced man, Sang will know something is happening, and events will unfold very quickly after that. You'd best close out any pressing business you have before heading to Shek. Shek Kip Mei to see Xiao Zhe. Do you understand? Yeah, I get it. Once we set the ball rolling on this, there's no turning back. That's right, my darling. No more side jobs, and no more dalliances. Be sure that your affairs are in order before you head to see the information broker. Now I know that, but I want to do some side jobs first. So I'm gonna leave the main quest line until after I've finished the other quests. Ractor's shop is alive with motion. Wall-mounted tools hammer and spark, each according to its own rhythm. The cacophony reverberates in the metal confines of the converted engine room, attacking your ears as the light of acetylene torches stab your eyes. My friend, you've come back. Ractor turns towards you. His boots are off, and you can see the metallic gleam of his feet. Freed from the confines of his boots, the appendages have unfolded. Clawed, gripping toes splay out in all directions, at least 8 to a foot. They look alien and predatory, like the talons of some great carnivorous bird. I wasn't convinced that you'd want to continue our little chats after the last time. From under his desk, a glint of light catches your eye. Koshai. I'm glad that I was wrong. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss our talks for the world. I'm pleased to hear you say so. I rather enjoy them myself. So, what shall we talk about? Questions for you about something that you mentioned last time. So in your ideal that's really insensitive. So I'm going to go with the asking about his personal history. You said that you were diagnosed as a psychopath when you were 8. What led to that diagnosis? My mother had me tested. She had always kept a watchful eye on me. Excessively so, truth be told. It was a rather poor way to experience childhood. Why was she watching you? What did you do? Very little. She blew my childhood behaviours out of proportion, I'm afraid. The woman had always been motivated by fear. She had her reasons, I suppose. What reasons are you talking about? Malignant narcissism runs in my family. None of the men of my line have understood the concepts of conscience or empathy, and they wouldn't have had much use for them if they had. My grandfather was an abusive drunk who killed his own brother with a gasoline-powered ice auger. My father was a terror to his employees and assistants, a shark in a business suit. I suppose that my mother expected me to follow in their footsteps. I suppose that she was right, in a way. My career in the shadows has led to more bloodshed than my grandfather's mania could have ever hoped to. I was driven to it, though. Driven by theft and betrayal. Left to my own devices. Left to my own devices, I might never have taken a human life. I'll give you that, and besides, it's not like I'm in a place to judge. Well said, my friend, well said. Things happened as they did, and I have no regrets. We're both the better for it, are we not? Surely it is advantageous to have me on the team. Yes, Fractor, it's good for us that you're here. The corner of his mouth tilts up. Well then, there you have it. So, after you were diagnosed, what happened? I learned what was expected of me. The doctor was very helpful in that regard. He offered false hope and placebos and false promises that he could cure me if my family met his price. And to me, he offered an escape. All that I had to do was play along and my problems would be solved. It wasn't difficult to pretend that I had been cured. Once I understood the outward signs that my mother was looking for, I was able to ape them well enough. In time, my mother came around. Yeah, in your place I'd have done the same thing. Of course you would have. Anyone would. Not everybody would succeed, of course. At the risk of sounding immodest, my natural talents for acting and mimicry are quite impressive, and I had an incentive to play my role well. My grandfather lived out his final days in Black Dolphin Prison. Do you know the place? I've heard stories. It's a storied place, one of the most appalling detainment facilities in Russia, and that is saying quite a lot. I was determined not to follow in the old man's footsteps. I am not an animal to be caged. Ractor bends down and runs his fingers over Koshai's chassis. The drone stands motionless, the lenses of its many optical sensors focused on you. In any case, there you have it. I'm glossing over many of the details, of course, but I'd rather not discuss my childhood any further. Instead, let us think to the future, and to the promise that it holds. If what you believe is true, if people with your condition will inherit the earth, how long do you think that can last? Indefinitely. What makes you ask? Intellectual curiosity. You can understand that, right? Of course, my friend, of course. He pauses for a moment, thrusts his hands into his pockets. Let us assume, for the sake of argument. Hypothetically. I can't do the Ben Shapiro voice, but hypothetically. That a group of people with my condition would prove incompatible in some way. I'll concede that we would feel no compunctions about going to war with one another. That said, I don't think that this is the most likely outcome. This is the sixth world, after all. Even if meta-humanity is supplanted by post-humanity, there will be other forces at work in the world. We will not be alone. You're talking about the supernatural. Dragons, spirits, that kind of thing. Yes. Any form of intelligence that cannot, or will not, make the leap that we will make. Dragons and spirits would qualify. So would any metahuman holdovers that cling to their natural bodies. Artificial intelligences could also prove problematic. And what would they be to you? Competition or prey? That remains to be seen, but they would give my people something to rally against. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. Aren't you? So where do we go from here? Forward, my friend. Always forward. Silently, Koshai studies you, its articulated pedipalps weaving hypnotically. You will join me, won't you? The future beckons to both of us equally. Follow me and I will guide you into a better tomorrow. I can think of nothing that would please me more. If and when your future comes to pass, I'll be there with you to see it. Good. Very good. I am pleased. But in the immediate future, there is the small matter of the walled city to contend with. I will, of course, continue to help you as best as I can. I need allies as badly as you do, and it is in my best interest to keep them alive. Glad to have you with us, Ractor. It isn't often that a guy gets a chance to work with the man of the future. He chuckles. No, I suppose not. And now, if you'll excuse me, I know the drill. I'll show myself out. You see? You know me so well it's as if we share a single mind. He nods, smiling. Goodbye. I feel like if some of the concepts weren't as dated as they are in this game, like the wording of concepts, I feel like Ractor would be a much more enjoyable character. The clanking of metal, followed by grunts from hard exercise, erupt from the hatchway of Wu's cabin. The first thing you notice when you enter is its renewed cleanliness. The food cans are gone, and his equipment is neatly laid out on his bed. Everything is in its place. The next thing you notice is the smell. It's like a middle school locker room in July. Wu finishes his jumping jacks and grabs a towel off his bunk. His exposed flesh gleams with perspiration. Hey, how's it going? Better. I let myself wallow for a while, but now it's time to turn things around. We have work to do. What's your deal? Still thinking about Edward Sang? Compartmentalized him. Edward Sang is a topic in a file cabinet in my head. I'm only thinking about Raymond now, finding out what happened to him. What really happened to him. Taking it a moment at a time, huh? That's me, Mr. Focus. We're getting close to the plastic-faced man, Duncan. I know. I haven't stopped thinking about him since we first saw him in that video. The one where he attacked Raymond in the tea house. Listen, Vic, I'm not going to press you to take me with you when you head out to snatch him. You take the right people for the job, and then you get the job done, okay? But I want to be there when you interrogate him. I want to hear what he has to say with my own ears. Are you going to have a problem with that? No, of course not. Good, you're my sister. I'd hate to have to mess you up. Spit went down my throat in a not fun way. He flashes his pearly whites. Like I said, you can take me with you on the run, or not. It's your call. I intend to be there for the fun part. Easy, Duncan. This is about Raymond, not hurting people for kicks. Knock off the easy, Duncan crap, Vic. I'm not doing anything for kicks. He drops his towel on his bunk. This is the guy who knows what the hell is going on. The one who may have killed Raymond. And I'm going to squeeze him until I find out what he knows. Just promise me that you'll be able to control yourself. Otherwise we are going to have a problem. This is Raymond we're talking about. He drops his hand to his sides and closes the gap between you. His voice is calm, sober, deliberate. I'm not going to screw this up. I promise. You told me you were resentful when I took off, but maybe it was about how Raymond handled that thing with Double Trey. Nah, it was about you disappearing for 8 years without a word. But we're past that now. He pulls his right elbow across his chest with his left hand. Gets a good stretch. But that was a messed up night. A lot of things happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if some, I don't know, emotions got jumbled together. Feelings about the way I handled things? That was part of it, sure. I'm still carrying that around. But mostly it was about Raymond. We'd butted heads before. I'd broken plenty of his rules in the past, but I'd never seen him so disappointed. I'm still not sure why. Never figured it out. Why don't you walk through it from the beginning? Start with when Lockjaw showed up at Ray's house, where he pulls his left elbow across his chest and lets out a little groan. So this was 2045, years after the summer we moved in with Raymond. We hadn't seen DT or Lockjaw or any of the gang in forever. Raymond's rules: no contact with our hoodlum friends, no visiting the squad to check back up. We weren't even allowed to see the Aztalan family and their dog. You and that damn dog. I swear, you two should have moved in together and left us out of it. The way I remember it, we woke up in the middle of the night and there was Lockjaw, standing in our room covered in blood. My first thought was that Raymond was going to kill us. Can you imagine? There's a teenage Salish Indian covered in blood in our bedroom. My first thought was that I might get in trouble for it. Raymond was an intimidating guy when we were young. Isn't that weird? I towered over it, and it just didn't matter. That little man just had that way of looking at you, that tone, where he throws his elbow behind you, twists at the waist. So Lockshaw's bleeding all over our bedroom and you whisper young, "Where's DT? What happened to Double Trey?" 5 minutes later we're dressed in black and on our way to the barracks. What the hell were we thinking? We were thinking that we owed those guys. DT was the one who took us to the teen center, introduced us to Raymond. Man, that was a messed up night. The 162s is overrun the Larry squad, better positioned to take on the nukes. Benzo and Tusk were bleeding out, the Hernandez family was half-eaten, and Lil Joe, that streetwalker with the electric false eyelashes, was lying on the floor in 2 parts. But we got Double Trey out alive. He was the only one though. I can still hear Lockjaw screaming as the ghouls took him down. When the 160s wanted something, they did not play. Anyway, all of that was just lead up. But still, it speaks to my state of mind that night. Why I wouldn't back down when Raymond met us at the door. Neither one of you would budge. We both had the strength of the righteous. You and I had broken his rules out of loyalty, out of gratitude. He just didn't get that. He never understood where he came from. And now we know why. He wasn't just some do-gooder who took in some street kids. He was a rich guy used to getting his way. That's what made him so furious. That's the way I see it too. But you are able to get him to calm down and see reason. Get him to see my side of the story. And all you said was that one thing. That thing he said his mother used to say to him when he was being obstinate. What the hell was it? Most people don't listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. Wu nods his head, remembering. Yeah, that intent to reply thing really got to him. He saw that every time I was talking. He was thinking of the next thing to say back. Using his mother's words and it really did the trick. I wonder what kind of childhood he had. Rubs his chin. But the way he looked at you after that. I know. I think that may have been part of why I left. Yeah, I get it. We're cool now. And as for Edward saying, maybe he's got mummy issues. Wood chuckles humorlessly. And who knows, maybe I've got a few daddy issues to deal with too. Guess I should try and keep an open mind when we see him. Let's talk later. Anytime. Seattle, you're back. She doesn't bother turning. Need something? I have a question about the walled city. Never mind. You know what, I might as well ask her about the last one. You know what drives me crazy about Cobbett? She does shit like this all the time. She doesn't think about anything, not about the risks she takes, the consequences of her actions, or how her behaviour can hurt her friends. She just jumps headfirst into whatever crazy scheme she's got in her head, and damn everyone else. Maybe after all this she'll finally learn her lesson. I have to say I didn't expect to get off the sinking ship without blowing it apart. My money was on setting fire to the whole contraption and letting it burn. But you really pulled out all the stops. I can't believe we had to face down some kind of rat demon god thing, but we did. I'm sure there's a lesson in there somewhere, but I'll be damned if I know what it is. Anything else you wanted to know? Gotta go, Isabel. Sure, drop by any time. Stepping into Goblet's cabin, you find her crouching on the floor. She appears to be midway through a valiant struggle against an enormous pastry. Her cheeks bulge out like a chipmunk's, and wispy threads of pork floss hang from her crumb-speckled lips. She glances up at you, her eyes wide with alarm. Her jaws work to manage the enormous quantity of crispy dough in her mouth, but she doesn't seem to be making much headway. You know, between the two of you, my money's on the pastry. She struggles to move her jaw, but her mouth is stuffed too full for her to really make much headway. She gestures feebly toward a pitcher of water on the ground near your feet. That would be kind of funny, but I am going to hand her the pitcher. She tilts back the pitcher and sucks down its contents. As the water pours into her mouth, she's slowly able to work through the food stored in her cheeks. Finally, she lowers the water pitcher, coughing. Okay, yeah, note to self. The pastry terrace on Prince Edward Road makes him dry. She takes another swig from the pitcher, grimacing. Moist green apple and jellied trot in my arse. That thing was like a desert made of pig. Maybe you shouldn't have tried to cram the entire thing into your mouth at once. I was challenging myself. For science. And it wasn't the whole pastry. It was just half of one. She lifts the remaining pastry for your inspection. The pork floss that coats its exterior looks almost festive. It's more reminiscent of a beige curly tinsel than it is of a food. You want the rest? Sure, I'll take it. She blinks in surprise. Really? Sure, then it's all yours. Here, catch. She tosses the remaining pastry to you. It sails through the air, glistening suggestively in the dim cabin light. I love how it gives us an option to just let it fall. But no. I was not raised to waste food. You snatch the flying pork brick out of the air. It's surprisingly dense, with a heft roughly equivalent to that of a softball. I'm gonna eat it. You raise the pastry to your lips and take a bite. Seconds later you can feel all of the moisture in your mouth evaporate. Gobbet wasn't lying. This thing is dry. The flavour is surprisingly palatable though. She blinks at you in astonishment. Huh. I can't believe you ate that. I'm impressed. If I ever get another one of those again, I'm going to let it sit in a bowl of condensed milk for at least half an hour before I try putting it in my mouth. That might help, I don't know, reconstitute it, I guess? I don't know, it might work. Fuck, now I want to eat a pie. Pies are so good. I remember when I was in my first year of university, living in dorms, there was this place that was like a 10-minute walk from my hall maybe, called a Night and Day, which is like a branch, if you're not aware, it's like this branch of shops through New Zealand that are open 24/7, and they're like a little overpriced, but like they're basically grocery stores, and they also do stuff like thick shakes and coffee and whatever you know, standard 24-hour shop stuff. But I remember in my first year, I'd go down to the closest Night and Day, and like, because I think that they had like ordered too many cans or something, and that these particular ones were getting close to expiring, but they had just like a crate or like a stack of pallets of the passion fruit mother energy cans stacked on in front of the counter, and they'd sell them for like $2 for $4, which is like insanely cheap for a litre of energy drink. But I'd go down there at like 4 AM in the morning when I couldn't sleep, and I'd get energy drink and pie, and it was so fucking good, and I miss not living near a 24-hour shop. It's way better for my wallet, but like still. Anyway, you probably wanted to talk about what happened on the raft, huh? I think that in your place I would. Yeah, let's talk about what happened on the sinking ship. Yeah. We can do that. First off, I should thank you. You and Iz came to help me even though I didn't ask you to. Or want you to. Actually, maybe I should be upset about that. But the important thing is that you did help me. I'm not going to say that I could have handled it without you, but it would have been really, really dicey. You can say that again. The situation on that raft was pretty bad. She nods grimly. Yeah, it was definitely that. On the bright side, we overthrew Malvina and put the raft back in Cad's hands. That feels pretty great, and the shiny object is at the bottom of Hung Hung Bay, lodged in a bank of silt and crab shit. That's pretty much where it belongs. But I've got to admit, something is gnawing at me. Before you and Iz showed up, I was going to sink the raft. I'd gotten halfway through arming the charges, and I was going to send the whole sinking ship down in flames. Everyone on it would have died. Cad and Yasmin, all of them. Because I made up my mind early, and didn't want it. All because I made up my mind early, and didn't want to change it. Kinda makes me think. How many times before now have I done what seemed like the right thing? You know, followed my gut, like I taught you, without realizing that there was a better option. This whole introspection thing kinda sucks, I've gotta say. It's much more comforting to just assume that all of my past decisions were right. Sure it is. It's intellectually dishonest, but it's definitely comforting. She bites her lower lip. Yeah. You know, Seattle, you aren't helping my mood any. I'm kinda having a tough time over here. She begins to pace, kicking piles of dirty clothes and blankets out of the way. Thrusting her hands into her pockets, she fishes out Madness and Folly and tosses them down onto her cot. I don't do this very often. Reflecting is for mirrors, not devastatingly attractive street shamans. I don't know how you handringers deal with feeling this way. By handringers, do you mean people who learn from their mistakes? I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really do this kind of thing. So tell me, what to do next? What comes after this? Am I teaching you a lesson now, Gobbet? Is there some role reversal going on here? The corner of her mouth tilts downward. Yes, oh wise one, you're teaching me. Now quit being smug about it and give me an answer. Give me more dialogue options. I wanted to tease her a little, not be an absolute piece of shit. I don't know, Gobbet. Try to learn from your mistake. Be a grown-up. It isn't that hard. Huh. Your way is boring, Seattle. And it's complicated, and it comes with way too many bad feelings. But yeah, I get it. There's probably even some value there. I'm never going to start second-guessing everything that I do, though. That just isn't me. Maybe you could start second-guessing some things when new information presents itself. What a novel concept. Yes, Seattle, I can do that and I will from now on. Cross my heart. Anyway, things turned out the way that they did. I don't know what might have happened if we had tried to do something different, but there's one thing that I can say for certain. Things are better in Hong Kong Bay than they were before we went for the sinking ship. We did something good out there. That's something. Yeah, it is. Oh, actually there are two things that I can say for certain. I think that rat is happy that the shiny object is gone. She fishes in her pocket for a few seconds, then produces a chunk of stone the size of a marble. It appears to be made of the same marbled red jade that the shiny object was. Check it out. She gave me a present. Gobbet, are you sure that came from Rat? Of course I am. I had a vision. It had colourful lights, dancing rodents, the works. And when the world came back into focus, this magic marble was in the palm of my hand. She tosses the stone in the air and catches it with her other hand. Neat, huh? Now, I don't know quite how it works yet, but I'm sure that it does something. I mean, it has to, right? Rat wouldn't just give me a normal rock. She's a trickster and all, but that'd be mean. So mark my words. The next time we're in the field, something magical is going to happen. I mean, literally magical. It'll be a journey of discovery for both of us. I'll be looking forward to it. Me too. And thank you, Seattle. I really, really mean that. You can fly by my side anytime. Thanks, Gobbet. Ugh. I have a really bad habit of inhaling spit when I talk. It's not letting me go to sleep yet, and I've only been streaming for 4 hours, so like surely I'd do another run. Surely. Geomancy is big business in the free enterprise zone. Here in Hong Kong, Feng Shui isn't just the act of rearranging your kitchen to make things look pretty. The fortunes of empires rise and fall with the ebb and flow of qi, and sometimes that flow needs a helping hand. Wuxing Incorporated are the preeminent practitioners of large-scale qi manipulation here in the free enterprise zone. They've gone to great lengths to channel qi from all over Hong Kong into their headquarters, an enormous monstrosity that they call the Wuxing Sky Tower. There, it is focused and transformed into good fortune through the building's geomantically attuned architecture and interior decoration. Our client believes that it is time for Wuxing's good luck to run out. You are to infiltrate the Sky Tower and disrupt the flow of qi throughout the building, but you are to do so in two distinct fashions. First, you must disrupt the feng shui of the offices by subtly altering the environment of the level. This will consist of minor adjustments of desks, spilled water, and other small activities that are unlikely to be noticed. Ordinarily, even subtle disturbances of this nature would be noticed. This is why the client wishes you to make a much louder demonstration on the rooftop garden. The garden is to be ransacked, utterly destroyed, set fire to things, uproot trees, that kind of thing. My client has also specified that he would like you to destroy the large Buddhist statue in the garden. Smash the thing to bits and leave them scattered across the rooftop. This level of destruction will keep Wuxing's geomancers busy long enough that the more subtle disruptions below will take effect. In addition, it will send the kind of message our client would like Wuxing to hear. I have utmost faith in your ability to cause destruction. The more disruption you can cause on both levels of the Sky Tower, the happier the client will be. Given your own skills with magic, you should have an easy time identifying the most effective ways to disrupt the key of the building. Cool. Gonna take that run. And we're going to visit the MTR. I think this mission is a job for Ractor and the lesbians. Wuxing Sky Tower, Isabel, Gobbet, and Ractor. The subway flies over the tracks towards Aberdeen. Oh, I thought there was a comma. Toward Aberdeen. Monsoon humidity clings to your skin as it's followed you from Hawaii. Or perhaps it's simply sunk this far into the earth, penetrating stone and machine, rousing the acrid smells of Hong Kong's underground in its wake. You've been handed a promising job, geomantic sabotage, with a single objective: disrupt the flow of Wuxing Qi to destabilize the corporation. Your client is especially keen on the idea of Wuxing's famed geomancy being used against it, the ultimate humiliation. While the corporation's office space is a free game, the main target is Wuxing's chiseled lotus statue, which resides within a temple on the topmost floor of the monolithic building. Your client's instructions are clear. The more damage you do, the worse the key and the better the pay. Alright, my team. I think I'm going to give everyone a grenade. And then give Gobbet the fire elemental and Ractor the healing kit so that he has something for humans. Like something... Everyone else has multiple forms of healing, so like, you know. And I'm gonna give this to Duncan on the next run I take him on. Why does Isabel have way better armor than I do? This is homophobia. It's not. She deserves it. The subterranean accessway opens to one of Wuxing Sky Tower's few employee-only entrances. It's the only underground access point to Wuxing's restricted levels. Security is tight. It's unheard of for unauthorized personnel to reach the upper levels. Naturally, that's where you're headed. Gobbet presses a slip of laminated plastic into your hand. A grainy black and white reproduction of your own face stares back at you. The rest of the card is filled with a barcode. She leans in to whisper in your ear. Kindly wanted you to have this. Spoofed credentials, fresh off of Maximum Law's card printer. These should get you past the front door. Wouldn't count on getting us much further though. Guessed that the client said something about other ways to bypass the chicken system inside the building, but he didn't go into specifics. She shrugs. Kindly had some choice words about that, but whatever. We'll find a way past security. Almost on cue, a sturdy Wuxing security officer peers up at you from behind his desk console. Evening, ma'am. Slump yourself in. He looks at his console then back at you. His eyebrows rise as he observes your company. You realize your credentials only allow you access through the floor 10, right? Of course. I have new credentials with guest privileges waiting for me inside. That's why I'm here, to pick them up. The officer nods curtly. Right. Go ahead and grab your new creds at the chicken terminal. Have a good night, ma'am. Alright, so I think... Aha. Here. Let's have Isabel Jackin. Bruh. How did you notice me? Right, so there's a stopwatch on the third, a W on second to last, and so 2 stopwatches in a row. There we go. Ugh. I'm gonna put the I think if I put the tar blaster out here. Oh, that straight up killed him. Okay. Alright. So I could just force my way through, but that would raise my system trace, and I don't want that too high. So another hacking minute gain. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Wasn't that it? Right. W on 2. A lot of W's. That might have been bad if it wasn't such an easy code to pick. Shit. shit. There has to be something important in here. Oh, that's overkill. Unless we miss. Which we didn't. Ugh. Okay. So. '76 and '78. Gonna heal myself up. Give myself aim advantage. And then you know what, fuck it, I'm forcing it. Cool, so I got the security override, which I think gives us extra clearance or something. Oh lord. Set. I'm at 130, so if I force it, I can get in, I can get the data, and I can just jack out. Alright. The security override to gain administrator access. Sweet. That gives me better thing. The guard watches you with suspicion as you approach. You seem confused, man. Something I can help you with? Just clocking in. Alright, have a nice day. I still have to open the door? An oil-blotched dwarf half-heartedly scrubs at her hands above a sink. Her ragged clothing resembles a paint canvas covered in multiple hues of mechanical grime. With a slight turn of the head, she looks toward you. Need something? Your cooperation. I'm here to perform a security audit for Wuxing. Well, ain't that wonderful. But I'll opt down. Wuxing's got me doing an air duct audit myself, and let me tell you, I've made some pretty upsetting discoveries. Disgusting, slimy, biohazardous discoveries. Maybe when we're both done we can compare findings, but right now I gotta get this crap off me. Good luck to you, you'll need it. Assortment of items. A couple of wage slaves amble about their business inside the corporate locker room. The closest man to you flings a jacket into a locker, then turns toward the showers. He stops short when he catches sight of you, and his weary eyes widen in surprise. Ah, good evening. I'm Charles. Haven't seen your face before. Are you new here? New to this building. I know how that goes. I'm pretty new here myself, still learning the ropes. Any tips for a fellow neophyte? Yeah, the upper floors are off limits. Highly restricted. Not sure what's happening up there, but only company execs, security and maintenance have access. How often do the upper floors call maintenance? Seems like every hour. You can sometimes hear the workers tromping through the hall. Surprised they haven't built an express elevator for the department yet, since they're on call 24/7. Gotcha, thanks for the help. Anytime, friend. Good luck. So that wasn't really that helpful, ultimately. And nothing important over here. Please insert your Wuxing employee identification card. Heightened employee. Welcome, Ms. C. Pang. Have a nice evening. The terminal emits chirp of recognition. Everything checks out here. Thanks. I know I'm like right in the middle of things, but I really need to pee, so I'm gonna be right back. It'll be quick, I promise, and I will wash my hands. I'm back. So, going upstairs. If the game doesn't glitch out. Okay. This pristine, hyper-sterilized office glistens as if every surface has been polished. Your client has requested that this area be manipulated as subtly as possible, so as not to draw attention away from the temple. The true defacement will happen there, distracting Wuxing security. Hopefully, they won't discover the disrupted key flow on this floor for weeks. Alright. What did I even do there? Did I just like splash some water or something? Oh, a power junction. I need a passcode. And I don't have that yet. Yet. Wall safes. Ugh. We need a code. And we don't have that yet. What are we here? Ah! Oh, that's a banned virus. Are they mine? No. Ouch. Ouch. I'm also giving myself armor. Really? Huh. I'm gonna get a devil rat out here. Excuse me, what about Ractor? And oh, it's someone's. What else can this do? Hold on, let's give Koshai an extra AP. And also quickness to make his ranged stuff better. And take a pot shot at the nature spirit. Far enough away that I can grenade launch it. Or not. Oh, there's a water elemental over there. Ouch. Let me heal Gobbet up. Just lob some acid that way. There we go. Alright, now in this room, 8484. Box pops open, revealing a few crit sticks. A little disappointing, but still nice. I think... Oh no, that's a temple access card. If I want to do anything to the generator, it's probably on this side of the building. Flood the sink. It didn't sound like flooding the sink. Prototype weapon. Huh. Welcome user, please select from the following option. Floor plan documents. Adjustments to its floor plans and building infrastructure. Future modifications. Weapon manuals and specifications. I'm not smart enough or good enough with a pistol. which is unfortunate. Is that just a randomly dark corner? Eight, 4, 8, 4. Alright, I'm calling it. We've thoroughly disrupted the balance of ki and Rat's feeling antsy here with all those energy shifts. Let's hit the temple statue and get out. The ki is becoming more and more turbulent. It has reached a point where the chanting energy has a physical manifestation visible in the atrium. The disruptions are working. You'd think they'd notice that. Ugh. Um, 54, 50, 65. You go for the grenade launcher option. Reactor's going to enter control mode, and also come up here and overclock Koshai. He's going to come up here and then How does Gobbet have a better chance to hit that elemental all the way over there? Is it 'cause that's an air elemental or something? Yeah, it's like well, feel like a fire elemental shouldn't be able to take acid damage. But here we are. What did we do to that to make it so off? On behalf of Wuxing Inc., we've been instructed to prevent your further vandalizing of the company's property and assets. However, they never specified how, so I vote we do this the easy way. The mage motions to you with a flick of his wrist. Leave no survivors. I feel like Gobbet should come over here and run an arc. That sounds and then from there, probably good old spray and pay. Spray and pay, spray and pray. They're really not the brightest, are they? Just clustering themselves up in one group like that when it's already established we have a grenade launcher. Like, homie. You know what? I'm gonna give myself haste. Just so I can... And then oh, would the shotgun hit both? Yeah. If it hits. Ouch. Oh, I'm down. Luckily, Gobbet has a dock wagon. Okay. Oh, I think we're just supposed to get out now. Yeah. As you reach for the elevator's control panel, you can feel the electric sensation of the key dancing across your skin. This feeling is noticeable to those not even magically attuned. The disruption here is that strong. Behind you, the trapped and turbulent key swirls inside the iconic Sky Tower atrium. You can actually see the air around the atrium warp and ebb as the key surges and breaks against the obstacles around it, looking for a way to move, to flow, and finding none. The job is done. You have desecrated the whooshing lotus, and in doing so, blemished the prideful face of a megacorp. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen or felt Key this way. I imagine this is what it must feel like for an attuned person in the walled city. Ugh. Must be unbearable. The elevator arrives at the temple. Time to duck out the back door before security can respond further. Wuxing won't know what hit them. The embarrassment of their own geomantic science turned against them will sit unfavorably on the tongues of Wuxing executives, and maybe even get a few people terminated. They'll know it wasn't just the building you battered. You sent a message. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. The change in Feng Shui should keep them spinning for months. The complete disruption of their key and destruction of their temple will cripple the energy at this branch of the company. And with Wuxing focusing on restoring their temple, it will be a long time before they discover the full extent of your assault. So, I'm not going to stick around and talk to people again, because then I'll be here for like another hour, and then I'll get bored while I'm talking to them, and I'll be like, I should go on another run. And next thing you know, it's going to be like 4 AM. So